Hello there. Is this working? This thing on? Can you hear me? We get a audio check. Hopefully the music's quiet. You can hear the fire crackling. Hey Green Eggs, how we going, mate? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Hello there, Dustbox. Welcome on in, mate. Welcome, welcome. Sounds good. HVX Streamer Wife, welcome on in. Hello there. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do realise we're in ads at the moment. Audio sounds perfect. Beautiful. Mic check. Go and check it out, Mike. Cozy Dreamer, Yeet at the cafe. Hello there. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. It would seem you can't pin on your phone monitors. That's okay. I'm sure somebody else can square that away. You on the other side of the fire? I think it's too cold for HBX Dreamer Wife out here tonight. Who knows? She may visit later. I was thinking that if HBX Dreamer Wife visited, then perhaps the dog would stay on the bed. But perhaps it's too cold out here for the pooch as well. We might need more blankets on the bed. Might need more blankets. Hey Rainbows, none of the sounds are working tonight, brother. Hope you're doing well though, mate. Hope you're doing well. We're hoping for cozy vibes tonight. Cozy vibes. We've got some drinks. We've got some books to read. We've got a cozy fire. How cold is it right now? I don't know if it's lying at me if I say it's 9 degrees. But it feels colder than that. It's going to get to 3 tonight. Which will be almost close to 32 or something for you. Cozy in bed, that's right. Hey Fluffy, hope you're doing well, mate. And Rainbows, hope you're doing good morning, sweetheart. It's not morning yet, mate. It's not morning yet. But I hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you've had a good day. It's a little chilly your way at the moment. You're hyped for this for the cozy stream? I hope so. We got some wood for the fire.
Hello there.
Hopefully it's gonna be good. Hopefully it's gonna be good. So I've turned most of the noisy ones off tonight. Hope you don't mind. We're going for a bit more of a cozy vibe. Tell you, this was an absolute prick to set up. This took a bit. I didn't realise there was going to be so much to it. And I was like, oh, I can add this. Oh, this will make things better. So I've got my stream deck out here. I had to move my my headphone dock closer to the window so I could get the range out here. Putting the cameras in the right spots. Just testing. No worries, Shinny. Yeah, that one still works. That one still works tonight. Hey, Sweetie Dreamer with the perfect size head. That's you're gonna say hi every time now. Hey, Fluffy. Hope you're doing well, mate. It's good to see you. Home from your trip to the city. Nice, Cryptid. Are you home with Milo now, are you? Have you done this type of stream before? I have not, Green Eggs. No, I have not. This is the first time doing a stream beside the fire. First time doing an outside stream, and it's not an IRL stream. It's all on my computer equipment. I've just moved everything outside because I've got long enough cables to do that apparently. It did come up well, Rainbows. Thank you. I decided to put this rope light out here too tonight. A couple of decorations, sneaky little game on Cancer plug. And then we'll get the fireboard as well. For any donations that come in tonight, your name will go up on the board. Hopefully it's bright enough. It should be. Did you remove the cheer sounds? I did. I removed everything. Well, except for that that one that you just did, Shinny. But everything else should be removed. Sound alerts, walk-ons, emote sounds, cheers. I didn't take away my sub and my follower notifications, but I changed the raid temporarily. So hopefully should be all good tonight. Hopefully should be all good. You're still with the cats, Cryptid, but you're home from the city though, or you're just away from the city. You're back from your trip to the city. Yeah, absolutely, Green Eggs. I'm glad you're here to see it, mate. Home with Milo tomorrow. You did go give him cuddles and his replacement cow toy. Nice. Replacement cow toy to destroy the first one. It's 69 now, so about 20. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice temperature, Lilith. That's nice. Tangia, it's muted. Don't spend any money on Tangia because it won't show up in stream. I've disabled the browser source for it, but apparently if you mute Tangia, if you pause it, it auto unpauses in an hour. What was that, Effie? So I can't pause it indefinitely, apparently. Yeah, if you just come up for a pat. I hope we don't see Effie taking a dookie in the backyard tonight on the freshly mowed grass. It's pretty dark back there. You'd want to hope she doesn't do it in the brightest spot on the grass. Bring Effie to the other side. She's just perusing around. She might go to her beanbag, actually. We'll see if we can... Effie, hey, what are you doing? Come over here. The first one was getting holes. He got a new one. He was very excited for the new toy. Come around the other side. Come on. Come around the other side. Come on your bed. Thanks for that, Shinny. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, Effie, come around this side. Psst, psst, psst. Come on your bed. On your bed. Come on. On your bed. Come on your bed. Good girl. On your bed. Good girl. Oh, good girl, Effie. We gave her a bath today, and then silly Effie laid on her bed while she was still kind of wet. So the bed's a little bit damp. So I had to put another blanket down on it, and hopefully it's okay. Just don't shock her. Don't shock her with what? Oh, yeah, okay, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. No, I'll try not to. I think I took that off tonight. Also, finally got a haircut after 6 years of not having it done. Nothing crazy. You just cut off a bunch of dead ends, though. I bet it's looking spectacular, Green Eggs. I bet it's looking freaking spectacular. I got him a dino one, but that's still in your car. Probably save it for his birthday. You were going to say, it's also Saturday night. Hopefully your mic doesn't pick up the hoons. Well, we'll see, Taz. It picks up the really noisy crackles from the fire. Hopefully it's okay. Fingers crossed it doesn't start bucketing down with rain, but I think we've chosen a pretty good night. I think we've done a pretty good. I wanted to squeeze this in before anything changed, because we know how unpredictable the weather can be here, We know how unpredictable the weather can be. We've got some marshmallows to roast. We've got a CC and dry tonight. We've also got some of our drink here in this bottle as well. Any donations that come through tonight over $10, we're going to be doing toasts. So you can choose if you want me to toast to somebody, if you want me to toast to a loved one that's no longer with us anymore, if you want us to toast to somebody who's battling cancer. Any donation over $10, we'll get that. Yeah, we'll do a toast. Otherwise, any other donation will go up on the fireboard behind me. You can have your name up on the board. And that's all I'm offering tonight. Effie, these are freaking marshmallows, bro. You could probably have one, maybe, I don't know. Marshmallow. You forgot you guys are... Yeah, we're gearing up for winter time. Looking pretty good. And, oh, mate, if you're feeling good, you're looking good, mate. That's the best feel Did somebody say s'mores? Well, 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 I'll have you know that we got some digestives. With the chocolate on it. So we didn't have to put chocolate in between. Effie's just looking at me like, oh yeah. Toast to my sanity. For it's no longer here. Lilith, you've been playing on Nightmare for too long. You need to turn the lights on. Well, that goes longer. Nice. After setting this up, guys, I'm like, I'm going to change the way my setup's set up a little bit. So we can, perhaps maybe you might want to do this a bit more frequently. You like the cozy darkness? Gotta cook them till they're on fire, then pull the cap off and eat it. Just the gooey center bit, Dusky. That probably would be a vibe, actually. I should be doing that, brother, but I'm just doing it the old granny way. Oh, that one's nice, though. Oh, yeah, that's actually what we're talking about. Oh. Get on there. Oh, yeah. Don't lick the stick, Effie. Oh, s'mores. You big kid. You love digestive biscuits. Just had the song request bot pop up in chat. Yeah, it's disabled tonight, Green Eggs. I guess I didn't disable the timer for it. Now you want one? Chocolate covered? Yeah, it's a chocolate covered digestive. Come on down to the campfire. You'll hop back in when you get home. Have fun. Don't eat too many s'mores. You'll get a tummy ache. I'll try not to. We're going to get into the reading very shortly, I think. We're going to start reading some scary stories and we'll see how we go. Drive over, Dusky. Get yourself a s'more. Kids are in bed. Ah! HBX Streamer wife with the 20. Thank you very much. You want a toast? And the push-up counter is still increasing, guys, tonight as well. I'll put you on the fire, Bob. I lost my texter. From Mum? Really? From Mum? Really? What's really? That's my butt. Well, the donation. Thank you. Thank you, HBX Streamer wife, Mum. How about drive over and stand in the darkness and make scary noises? You make the dog go silly. It's his cozy special night. Another one. We're going to run out of space on this board. We got Mama Tezza with the 20 as well. Mama Tezza with the 20. You guys, if you donate over 10, just make sure you let me know. If you want me to toast to anybody, make sure you let me know. You had that covered when he eats enough marshmallows. Thank you, Mama Tez. Thank you so much for the 20. Appreciate you. The names probably aren't big enough. Mama Tez are on the board. It's pretty, you have to, I mean, my OBS screen's pretty small as well, so it might be better for you guys. Only $40 to your goal. It's, any little bit counts. Every little bit counts. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for your generous donations. That is, I don't know, $40 I wasn't expecting to make tonight, so thank you. Toast to your dad, please. All right, Mama Tez. I can give us a toast to dad. Now, I'm not very good at toasting. I didn't go out and rehearse or anything like that. I was going to say a few kind words, and we're going to raise a drink and have a moment of silence. Then we're going to do it with the honeycomb liqueur. You spent too much of JJ's Cryptid. Oh, $40 until I hit the $17.50. That's for karaoke with Taz as well. That's a karaoke stream with Taz. For $17.50. If he said watching intently. Alright. This one's for you, Dad. You'll be missed. We miss you dearly. Think of you fucking almost every day, mate. We love you, and we wish you're still here with us. Here's to you, mate. B-Boy Win, thank you so much for the raid, mate. Welcome on in. And thank you, Mama Tez. Thank you so much. For those who didn't know, welcome, mate. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, guys. Thank you. Appreciate your B-Boy raid. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm so worried that you knocked the glass bottle off. It's securely on the table. Thank you, Mama Tez. Thank you for that. What more can I say, really? I appreciate the raid, guys. Welcome on in. We're going to be doing cozy horror stories beside the fire tonight, so welcome on in. I appreciate the follow, appreciate the raid. What were you playing tonight? What were you jam-a-lamming? My bots don't tell me what you were streaming tonight or what you're playing, so I hope you had a good stream. If you're wondering why she isn't getting any treats, can you give dogs marshmallows? I'll give her a marshmallow. Hey, mate. Hey, B-Boy. How we going, mate? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid, mate. Thank you. You were Jam-A-Lemon Rainbow Six Siege, mate. How were the games tonight? Were they good? Did you win? Were you winning, son? I've never played Siege before, but it looks like a vibe. That's the one where you peek around the corners, yeah? You're doing the guns, you're peeking. Peek. Make sure all the corners are covered before you move on through. Is that the one? Hey, old mum. How you going, mate? Welcome on in. Welcome. Yeah, we got the campfire sorted. We're strapping in for the night, guys. We got a... Well, usually we spend the first hour yapping, or the first half an hour yapping, and then we get into the game, so we're kind of taking the same format tonight. Hope you're doing well, old mum. It's good to see you, legend. I wouldn't, but I also analyze everything you give Milo. Or you analyze everything you give Milo. Yeah, we got marshmallows tonight. We just did a s'more. Zarok, welcome on in, legend. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, Ricochet. I love that name, mate. That's awesome. Welcome on in. The setup is awesome, Rita. Appreciate that, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't mind the old cozy campfire vibes, actually. Mind you, it was a bit of a pain in the bum to set up. It was a bit of a pain in the bum, but we got there. We managed to get everything set up on time tonight. We had a practice run last night, so we knew where to position everything. So I'm pretty happy with how tonight turned out. The only thing I've really changed is I bought this light out here, this light at my feet. I've decorated the place a little bit more, and we changed the fire pit, because we did have another fire pit, but all the flames and stuff were like concealed and you couldn't see anything. So I like that one. I like that one a bit better, actually. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome on in. Apparently, the worst a single marshmallow can do to a dog is give her a bit of an upset tummy. This is sick, mate. I appreciate that, mate. This is the first time I've ever done a stream like this outside, so I was feeling pretty nervous tonight, actually. I'm like, is the music going to be too loud? Are you going to be able to hear the fire crackle? Are there going to be, like, alerts out there that weren't updated or removed? Because we've taken away all of our noisy redeems tonight. So I was really worried, actually, that everything was going to go pear-shaped. But I'm thoroughly wrapped with the way things have turned out tonight. And we've had 2 mega donations already. $20 from HBX Dreamer Wife and one from Mama Tez as well. And we've done a toast already, so everything's going alright tonight. She's eating some very questionable things. You doubt a marshmallow would do anything. But come over here, Effie. Come over, and you gotta chew it. Actually, you know what? I might break it up for you because knowing you, you'll just freaking swallow it, bro, and get it stuck. Come around here. If you want the treat, you gotta come around this side. Come on. Come around it. Come on. Around here. You're gonna show yourself with the camera. Come on. Come on. Around. No. Over here. No. Don't even think about going through there. Around this way. Come on. Over here. On your bed. On your bed. On your bed. Damn. Come on. The way you come. Come on. I guess she doesn't like the fire. Here you go. She fucking doesn't even chew it. She just slides straight in her throat. Here you go, Effie. And you can stop wondering what they are. You alright? Okay? The fire's not that bad, mate. I'm just gonna sit there all night. Milo likes to steal W donations, Rita. Absolutely, mate. W donations. We appreciate it. We're raising money for cancer research and charity at the moment through Game on Cancer Superhero Streamers. We're doing it until the end of May. So we've got quite a few events to planned out, but I rather like tonight, and I had to squeeze it in quickly because it's my only outdoor event, and we're having some pretty good weather right now, so it was pretty short notice. I didn't get much time to advertise this tonight. She didn't even taste it, didn't even touch her tongue. It didn't at all. Milo likes to steal snacks, but they don't seem to actually affect him too much. Dumb dog. Your uncle went for a ride. Hello, oh welcome on in, Cheese. Welcome on in. On his Indian bike today with his dog, Ruby had a little helmet and a leather jacket. That's adorable. That's adorable. G'day, Wayne. Hope you're doing well, mate. We've chosen the best night, haven't we? Welcome on in, Raiders. How we going? How the heck are we, Cheese? Welcome. I'm missing chat messages now, and I'm sorry, it's hard to scroll up for me tonight. Slicing your stream, a whiff of cheese. Hello, I have Ghost. Welcome on in. Void Hugger, hello there. Welcome on in. Welcome. EP Raid, how we going, Lethal Haunting? Welcome on in. This is a code, isn't it just cheese? I'm thoroughly wrapped with how tonight's turned out. Some kind of Grib Mules, Sapient Mold. How we going? Welcome on in, EP Raid. We've got cozy campfire vibes tonight. Burning through the wood. It's all happening. Got the dog just looking at me. Hey, Aqualuna, how we going, friend? Welcome on in. And James, thank you so much for that follow, you legend. I appreciate it very, very much. It is currently 9 degrees Celsius right now. So it was cold setting up. It was fairly cold, but I've put the suit on tonight. I've got some extra pants underneath these pants. I thought that my camera was lagging just then, but it's not. Some extra pants under the pants, so I'm feeling pretty good right now. We're beside the fire, so it's not too bad. Here's some of that weather. Clear skies. Love the vibe with the fire, Void Hugger. I appreciate that, mate. It's I'm loving it too, actually. It's the first time I've ever done anything like this. The fire, it's so pretty, Lethal Haunting. Yes, it is. The flames are pretty captivating, aren't they? Just makes you want to stare at them all night. This is cool, lads. Jordan McKenzie, welcome on in, you absolute superstar. Hope you're doing well, mate. Share some of that weather, though. You can have some of these clear skies if you'd like it. Is it raining over where you are right now, or is it hot? You took photos. They're in the Discord cryptid. I appreciate that. You haven't been around a cozy fire in a while, mate. It's getting that time of year where we're gonna have to start huddling around a cozy fire soon. And tonight was just the right vibes. Very cozy. Your voice is gone right now. Really? What? Wait. What did you? Lots of screaming tonight. Damn. We like a good stream. What were you playing, Cheese? What were you playing, Legend? And also B-Boy too. Mate, if you do have to raid and fade, feel more than free to get your post-stream care, you legend. I appreciate you bringing all your friendos on in here. I forgot to mention if you need to raid and fade, make sure you're looking after yourself, mate. Appreciate you for the raid. Thank you very, very much. Twitch needs a storytelling category. I was worried choosing the just chatting category this tonight that I'd be in the wrong one. But hopefully it's okay. Can't stay too long. You have to wake up at 5 a.m. That's an early wake up called Dragon Queen. Hope you're looking after yourself, mate. That's early as. You wouldn't see me awake that early, that's for sure. Wayne, thanks for checking in, mate. You're SA far north. Still warm. The nights are getting colder though. God, I wonder what it's like over there in the middle of winter. Does it get cold as down here in Victoria? Because do you get frosty mornings as well over there? It gets to like -3 maybe in the mornings here, on some mornings in winter, when the sun's coming up. This stream is spooky. If Effie just keeps chilling in the background behind you, she's just looking, isn't she? She's looking. You had to read the entire Cheese wiki page. What? Long story? Damn, what the heck? The Cheese wiki? What prompted that tonight? What an event. What an event, Cheese. Subtly staring over the isn't she just? Adding to the decoration. That's right. It's a decoration doggo. How we going? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Kato. I think I'm saying that. Kaido Des. Welcome on in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the B-Boy raid. Thanks for coming in with the raid, Legend. Our nights can get very and Void Hugger, thanks for the follow too, Legend. I appreciate that. Our nights can get very cold indeed. The days aren't too bad though. Well, that's good to hear. I was worried that I wasn't even worried that you guys, I would be jealous more so if you guys didn't have any like frosts or really cold mornings. But it's good to hear that the days are good though. You know, if you can catch like maybe a 15 to 20 degree day on most days instead of it being like, you know, 5 to 10 degrees, then that'd be good. But over here in wintertime, yeah, 5 to 10 degrees, maybe 12 or lucky. It's pretty chilly. Sorry I'm late. No, don't apologize for being late, friend. Don't apologize for being late, mate. If you're in a game, I appreciate you coming in with the raid. It was 40 minutes. 40 minutes of reading is insane, isn't it? 40 minutes is a freaking that's a cracker of a read for a wiki, isn't it? It's cold. Dad goes to work in the negatives in the morning. Right. It's an absolute pain trying to clear the frost off the windshield in the morning, I reckon. That's the only hard job I get. But I got slightly later starts at work now, so hopefully that half an hour difference, most of the frost is gone when the sun is rising. So we'll see. We'll see how lucky we are this year. But I appreciate the follow, Kaidu. Welcome on in, mate. I hope I'm saying that right. You love the stream setup, mate? This is the first time I've ever done anything like this tonight with the fire. We're gonna be doing some cozy horror story readings, some short stories. So we're gonna get around that soon. We're just chilling, hanging out, enjoying the vibes. Just got a new motorbike. Actually, it's big BMW, a big motorbike. What the heck? I'm jealous. I want a motorbike. Hey, Red, welcome on in, mate. You love the spooky stuff. Yeah, Lethal Haunting. Let's go. We've got some cool books here to read. We've got our Gothic, and you probably can't see it from there, but it's the Gothic Terrifying Ghosts short stories of the fantasy collection, and it's and there's a lot of stories in here. The writing is very, very small, so I had to make sure my light behind me was plugged in, behind the fireboard was plugged in tonight, because I checked it just before we started stream. It was like 5 minutes before we started stream, and it was dying, and it was a really faint light. And I was like, "Whoa, okay, we're gonna plug you in." It'd been going all of last night and most of tonight's setup as well, so I was like, probably checks out. Yo, you got an S-tier YouTube channel? Do I really, Void? Do I really? S-tier YouTube channel? There's not too much on it. I don't give my YouTube channel too much love. As much love as I should, but I appreciate that, mate. Aunt call it pretentious, as though her husband doesn't have a big red Indian bike. A big red Indian bike. B-Boy Raid, V legit. Welcome on in, mate. Sorry, also late, but W horror vibes. I appreciate that, mate. People seem to be loving the horror vibes tonight, and I like that. I like that a lot. That makes me feel good. Makes me feel a lot better about tonight. You need a reading light. Well, I've got this ring light behind me, Taz, behind the sign, which lights the book up enough for me to be able to read without destroying the cozy horror vibes too much. You know, we want it somewhat dark. I could turn the light down a little bit more as well, but I kind of like how it's got everything set up at the moment. We've got some cute little skulls. We got a candle, a little candle stack here. We've got some nice, cute, cozy decorations around, so I'm enjoying them. The first video and the 500 follower oh, don't you look at that. Don't you look at that 500 follower dancer. Oh my god. I can't believe that's still coming up on the algos. Oh my god, that's insane. Man, that dance took so much. We had to set that thing up. We automated that whole song. It was Stonebank. Oh god. Stonebank's, oh frick, I forget what the title of the song was, but I know it's done by Stonebank. And we set it up in Mix It Up Bot to automate the camera changes and everything, the scene changes and the lighting changes and turning things off and on in that stream to that whole dance. And I just stood there fucking trying to pump out some dance moves. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. But it was a vibe. It was a vibe. They all seemed to love it during it anyway. So it was, yeah, they loved. Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. It was good fun. Looks cozy as heck, mate. I appreciate that. We put an extra blanket on the chair tonight, so it's even more cozy. We like that. We like the extra chair. Love it. Well, she's disappeared now. She's gone. I wish maybe if I put a bed back further on the rocks and got an extra blanket, maybe she'd stay out here. Put a light on Effie's head. That would be too bright. She's looking around all the places. You saying Sign is a spooky story within itself? Signs gives me nightmares, Taz. Still, I haven't gone back and watched it since. Went to donate through the link. It takes me to homepage. I found your page by scrolling down. It's not loading when you click on it. Oh, really? Oh, that link that's there that Mama Tez posted, that's not taken to the right place. Let me check it. You buy let beds for your cats. They don't use. Could be a bit related to your dog, baby. Yep, that's it. Just likes to lay on the ground. Doesn't like to lay on the bed that we provide. And then Effie also likes to yeah, I don't know. I click on that link and it takes me to the donate page. So that's a bit bizarre. Unless there's another link in there, Green Eggs, that's sending you down the garden path. But that one takes me to my Tiltify page, the correct place. So I'm unsure. But yeah, she doesn't like the. Well, truth be told, she's standing by the gate at the moment. I don't know what she's looking at. Maybe there's a cat down there, but she seems to enjoy the beanbag. So perhaps maybe. I'm not sure if it's going to kill the vibes at all tonight, but maybe I'll go and grab a beanbag that she likes, and maybe I'll sit that at the back there, and perhaps she'll lay on that. Perhaps Dusky's coming. He has been quiet for a little bit. Then you spend days thinking, use the bloody bed I brought you. Then you regret the wait. Yeah, the waste of literally 30 odd bucks. She just likes to anxiety chew it when we disappear to work. And then we get home and there's fluff everywhere. And then we have to pack it back in there again. Hey, Eva. How you going, legend? Welcome on in. Oh, you did what Mama Tez said? Oh, that worked for you, Green Eggs? Oh, I appreciate that, mate. Yeah. I don't know. If there's another link in there that's sending you down the wrong way, then let me know. And I'll see if I can disable if it's on like a timer or something. Are you still at home? No, I get too excited. Okay, Dusky. Okay. He's just chilling. He's busting out some Arc Raiders tonight. All right. He's busting out some Arc Raiders. So it's like if he goes a little bit quiet, that's probably why. Let me go and grab the beanbag, and we'll see if he wants to lay in that. Okay, just give us a couple of minutes. I'll drag it over. My bed, not our bed. My dog uses his dog bed when you move too much and annoy him in his bed, not your bed. Arc Raiders tomorrow night. You're watching a footy with the wife. That's a vibe. Who's playing tonight, Dusky? I need Dusky to pop up behind Dreamer and give him a good old scare. Well, you can't. You won't be able to sneak in because the way I'm positioned, I can see the gate, I can see the back of the house, and you can't get behind me. Can't get behind me. I'd know about it. And the dog, if you would make sure I know about it as well. All right, I think she's cozying into that one, so she likes it. She likes that one. My cat thinks my bed is theirs, and I should be sitting or laying elsewhere. That's right. Tilly's bed is a queen bed. You just have the very edge of it, Mama Tez. That's right, you do. Tilly loves that. Tilly loves that queen bed. It's your bed, but most nights it's our bed. Let's see how long the dog sits on the bed for. Well, hopefully she loves the beanbag. So hopefully, fingers crossed, she stays in there. We've got Adelaide v Saints tonight. Adelaide v Saints. Who are you going for tonight, mate? This is how it is. Your cat let you sleep on. Yeah, your cat lets you sleep on her bed, Sasquatch. Yeah, that's right. You have Malona ice cream. What's Malona ice cream? What is that about? What flavor is that? And Sasquatch, welcome on in, legend. Welcome on in. It's good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing very, very well. And Eva, it's good to see you too. I'm not sure if you had another chat message previously that I might have missed. That I might have missed when I was getting Effie's beanbag. But welcome on in, friend. It's good to see you. Hello there. Great Adelaide V. That means half our news for the next 3 days will be Crows. Duskwife goes for Saints. The Saints, hey? Interesting. Has Hawthorn played yet? I don't know if they've played or not. I'm not keeping up with what's going on in the footy right now. Oh, let's get that fire stoked a little bit, guys. That's so much better. Oh, so much better. A little bit smoky, but it's okay. It's okay. This block here is, I don't know what that's doing, but I was so generous. I had to put up a post on Facebook today asking if anybody's got wood, because I was getting this wood from Bunnings. The reviews, I had 1-star reviews on it saying, yeah, burns really, really fast. So I was like, shit, anybody got some red gum for me? And this guy's like, come around. I've got some you can have. I'm like, how much? He's like, nah, just take it. I'm like, baller. I'll come get your wood, mate. My post was, got wood. You just finished gaming with a friend? It's late. You stayed on too long. What were you playing tonight, Sasquatch? What were you playing? And how are you, Crypt? Last night, today actually. Oh, for Hawthorn? Who did they verse? Hawthorn won by 3. Oh, heck yeah, let's go. Did they? Yeah, apparently they won, Mama Tez. It's such an Aussie thing, right? Isn't it just? Using a leaf blower to blow air on a fire can have some undesirable consequences, James. Well, heck, I would not like to be blowing the ashes around, that's for sure. Blowing the coals out of the fire and into underneath the trampoline. That probably wouldn't be a vibe, I reckon. Woohoo, go Hawks! Mate, thank you so much for the dono, you legend! Thank you. Go Hawks, have been playing No Man's Sky. Oh wow, yeah, it's been a while since I played No Man's Sky. I'm hoping that message comes through my chat so I can see. Wasn't paying attention. Did you swap the dog? I did, Taz. I did, and she loves it. Now she's chilling on the beanbag. I'm hoping there's a chat message. Although Mix It Up only polls for Tiltify donations, I think every 30 seconds, or maybe it's 2 minutes. Yeah, you had No Man's Sky. It's been so long since I played No Man's Sky. But when I was playing it last, it was a vibe. I was playing with a friend. We were flying around. We were landing on planets, building. It was really good fun. Let me see. Is that Green Eggs? Was that Green Eggs with 30? It's not coming up on my Mix It Up bot apparently. But Green Eggs, thank you so much for the 30, you legend. Would you like me to toast to anybody? Oh no, it's 20. It's 20. Okay, my eyes deceive me. I'm trying to read the small text on my screen. Lethal, thank you so much for the follow to you legend. Thank you. Green Eggs, you legend. If you want me to toast to anybody, brother, make sure you let me know if there's anybody you want me to toast to. It was taking so long to come through, mate. It was taking so long. You played a lot during release, and just got back into it, and there's so much to do now. Heck, I'm gonna have to jump back into it at some point and see what there is to do. Always remember, like, it being so difficult to like, get a new ship or upgrade my ship or something, but then I swear last time I played, I had a better ship, so I can't remember. It's been so long. I would love to be here if you play it again. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know. It's not really the kind of game I'd play on stream, but who knows? Anything can happen at this point, Lethal. Anything can happen. It's been a while since we jumped in and checked out the content in there. That's for sure. Let me put Green Eggs on the board, but I have to stand up to do it apparently because I put the board in the wrong spot. Right. The orange and the red look the same, and the red writes better. And I apologize the writing's so small. I hope that you guys can see it on the big screens, but it looks very small on my screen. Just finished a farm for every plant? That's insane. Every plant? I don't recall being able to plant. I recall being able to put a building down, and I think we're trying to sort out how to get it powered, maybe. And then I'm pretty sure my friend got stuck on like an acid rain planet or something like that, and they were stuck, and their ship wouldn't take off. And I think I had to go and try and rescue them or something, and that's about when we stopped, maybe, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong. I could be incorrect. Maybe we just gave up. I don't know. But it was pretty fun while it lasted, though. It was nice and cozy. Could you give a toast to for my Uncle Ben? It'll be 2 years, 28th of June, since we lost him to cancer. He's dearly missed and greatly loved, and we think about him all the time. Absolutely. Absolutely, my dear friend Green Eggs. we can toast to your Uncle Ben. Let me make sure I've got enough juice in my drink tonight. On the phone, can someone put a link to the cause in the comments so you can throw a few dollars? Mate, I appreciate you, James. There's a hopefully there's a, I don't know if it's pinned at the top, but if it's not, just !donate, and that'll give you the right link. You're quite strong at this point. You were running around a toxic storm planet, and you're mech farming crystals, and that only spawns storms casually. Mate, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. All right, Green Eggs. Here's to your Uncle Ben, legend. Dearly missed, absolute superstar. Sadly lost to cancer. Hope he knows that he's loved and he's missed very, very dearly. Thank you so much for your donation to cancer, and we miss Uncle Ben. Fuck cancer, mate. Hey? Red, thanks for sharing the love, mate. Thank you, everybody, for sharing the love, and thanks for the hugs for Green Eggs. Sorry for the No Man's Sky spam. No worries at all, mate. No worries. I'm happy. I'm glad to hear that game is progressing and they're getting content. Because I remember I was very confused, because I played it at launch too, and I was very confused on what to do, so I'm glad there's content coming out for it still, and I'm glad they're still working on it. Thanks, Dreamer, and chat means absolutely, Green Eggs. We love you, mate. You on the phone too? You're number one? You're number one? Yeah, absolutely, Sasquatch. Fuck cancer. You have a horror story? Well, it's too late for submissions, Taz. Because unless it's going in chat. Unless you're typing in chat. You're watching on the phone, Mama Tez? I didn't have any submissions come through Discord, because I wanted to print things out. Because I didn't want to have my face in a phone screen all night. I wanted to read from paper and out of books. If you got anything for me, if it's in chat or something, they just released a Pokemon style update, so you can fight animals, holographs. No animal fighting, no animal fight. Oh, so it's like Pokemon style. Do they come out of balls or something? That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. That's I don't even know if I don't remember even being able to fight hostiles in No Man's Sky. I just remember, I think there were like, I don't think, it's been a while since I've played it. All my information's out of date. I don't recall maybe there was hostiles but you couldn't fight them back in the day. I don't recall there ever being anything hostile toward me, or maybe I got lucky. I remember flying into a black hole though, and I think I went to a different place. But I can't remember. It's been too long. About to get laptop, as phone nearly dead, Mama Tez. You were able to get pets before? Now you can battle them? Really? Yep, you can. Okay, I'd never played where you can get pets. You always been able to shoot and be shot at in No Man's Sky? Okay, right. Well, maybe I didn't get a gun then. Perhaps. I don't recall having a gun. I mean, maybe it had a scan tool where you scan things, but now I think I'm thinking of Subnautica. Could you scan things in No Man's Sky? You could laser beam things to learn the things or something. And then going into all these dead buildings, and then getting, oh god, yeah, some like flags or respawn points or fast travel points or something, maybe? You were looking at something for Mum and it accidentally clicked Messenger, and you know what? Our older sister's name was number 1, and you looked at our sister, and when you, what? I showed her and she cackled. That's your horror story? Oh, you're no longer the oh. Your older sister, oh. What the heck, Taz? Oh, mate, that took a bit to click, but oh, shit. Wow, okay, you've been demoted. There's sentinels that get mad if you mine too much. Maybe that's what I'd seen before. Hey, Quill, welcome on in, friend. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you're doing well. Maybe the sentinels is what I've seen before, but I can't remember. I can't remember. Hey, James, thank you so much. Oh, you absolute freaking superstar. Hey, we hit the 1750. Oh, you absolute legend. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the 20. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If there's anybody that you want me to toast to, James, make sure you let me know in chat, and we can have a toast for for any loved ones lost to cancer or still battling cancer, we can have a toast to them, legend. But I appreciate that generous donation. Thank you, thank you. Not in it's first as in firstborn, you dicks. It's not what it looks like on it is. I just found something so funny and completely forgot you were here, Crypto. Were you browsing? Were you scrolling memes? Were you stuck in meme jail? Yeah. Oh, James, I appreciate that, mate. That is super, super kind and super, super generous. You absolute superstar. Thank you very, very much for that generous donation, mate. If there's anybody you want me to toast to, make sure you let me know. Make sure you let me know in the chat. There's a few stories to read in here, guys. So before we start cracking into the stories, I'm gonna read out some of the titles of the stories. I don't know if you can see that, it's probably too bright with the light there. But I'm gonna read out some of the titles of the stories, and then you guys maybe you guys can tell me what one sounds most interesting that you want me to read. Do a toast to the dog. My dog's not dying of cancer. But here's a toast to Effie for being an absolute fucking legend of a dog, for being a clean dog, and for being one of the best pets that I've ever been blessed to meet. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much for your generous donation. And she's still here on the beanbag too, the absolute superstar. Still here. No, fuck. No, well, yeah, too late. Oh, Dusko, was that Dusko with the 10? Mate, thank you so much for the 10. I'm gonna put you on the board as well, James. Don't let me forget, legend. You're messaging your sister about a frog selfie photo on Insta and ended up in Reels? Found out Alright, let me put James on the board. What? Another one? Oh, Quill! Oh, Quill, you absolute superstar. Absolute superstar, you. Thank you, Quill. Thank you so much for the 10. And Dusko, and Quill as well. Bloody pen. Oh, there it is. If there's anybody that you want me to toast to tonight, anybody at all that you want me to toast to, any loved ones lost to cancer. Your mate Tony is currently battling cancer. If you could toast to him, Dreamer. You're currently battling cancer, Dusko. No worries, mate. No worries at all. I can do that. And Quill, if there's anybody that you want me to toast to as well, friend, make sure you let me know. On laptop, donate link now pinned. Sorry, sissy. No worries, Momentez. Thank you very much for that. Now watching with added fuzziness, Momentez. Added fuzziness. Can you hotspot your phone, Momentez? Use your phone data instead. You know, instead of watching on the phone, you can just hotspot your phone data and watch on the laptop with no fuzziness. Had wipers on your eyes. Lost. Uncle, sister, and most recently one of your favourite Twitch friends survived. Mum and sister, that's a lot, Quill. That's a lot. And thank you so much, Ready Poo. Ready Poo with the 20-year legend. Absolute legend, thank you. Mate, I will got a lot of toast to do here. Yeah, absolutely, mate. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Well, I'm not looking forward to, obviously, digging myself a hole here, but the drinks are good. But obviously, having to toast to this kind of thing, not so good. But anything we can do to help ease the pain. So many people have been through so much with this shit. I'm glad that we can spend some time together, you know, have some drinks, sit by the fire, and chat about it. And toast to these absolute legends as well. Just Sparks, here's to Tony, mate. Here's to Tony, currently battling cancer, and we hope he pulls through. Hopefully, he's a survivor, makes it through, and continue living a long and prosperous life. We got Quill. Uncle, sister, and most recently one of your favorite Twitch friends. Quill, you've been definitely touched by cancer. There's no doubt about it. Lots and lots and lots around. Toasting to your uncle and your sister and your one of your most favorite Twitch streamers. And also toasting to currently battling your mum and your sister as well. We love you, Quill, and we hope that your mum and your sister pull through, and we're terribly sorry to hear about the uncle and your favorite Twitch streamer as well. And your other sister as well. And your other sister as oh god, Quill, I apologize, friend. So sorry to hear all that, Quill. Have a drink of water to wash this down. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Red, we'll do a toast to my dad. You've seen him this week, and it was an absolute shock. The man who seemed so strong reduced to a fragile, looking old man who could barely move around. Without pain. All because of cancer. Red, we love you, mate. Here's to your dad, who's battling fuck off cancer at the moment. I hope he, by some miracle, can pull through all this, mate. I understand just how hard it is to look at a man that you respect and look up to see them in that state. Completely understand, brother. I'm here if you need me. Message me whenever you want, mate. Here's to your dad, legend. Huntress, welcome on in. Sister's technically still receiving treatment. She's post chemo surgery. Still receiving treatments though, but hopefully through the thick of it, Will. Extra hugs given out. We appreciate the extra hugs. Thank you, thank you. Same with your partner, past the surgery, radiation, doing the post-op appointments now. Mate, huge. Making it through radiation. Making it through chemo. Such a hard ride, absolutely. A lot to take in. Just being a family member or spouse. Your partner and mum both had breast cancer as well. There's so much, isn't there? You know, there's more than I can even imagine. I'd say almost everybody in this Twitch chat could say that they've been touched in some way. It's freaking heartbreaking, isn't it? Your other sister is rocking the bold look, Tibby. She's rocking it though. Cryptid, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 10, friend. I really appreciate that. And me considering, is that bad taste? No. No, they both had to rock the bald look though, Quill. Nah, that's a sign of strength. If you ever need the most utterly breaking thing is seeing someone go through cancer, you wouldn't wish it upon anybody. Not even your worst enemies. Absolutely, Taz. I agree. I think it's bad taste. At the end of the day, I see it as standing with your sister through cancer. Absolutely. Yep. A show of strength. Sister had breast cancer, mum ovarian, just a bunch of skin cancers. It'd be so hard. Can't imagine it happening to your partner. You hope you never... No, absolutely, Quill. Absolutely can't imagine anything like that ever happening. And having to see even somebody like your spouse go through that. Couldn't... My heart breaks, mate. Mama Tez is very strong, and anybody who out there who's had that happen to them as well has been touched by cancer in that way. Absolute freaking superstars for making it through that. Such a tough time. Huntress, thanks for checking in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Nowadays, you drive a highly modified ute and do shows and try to fundraise and promote awareness that younger people, absolutely, younger people can get it too. We're not invincible. Doesn't matter who you are. Anybody can get it. Thanks for the lurk, friend. I appreciate that. You just lost your last grandparent to cancer last month. Hope you don't have to go through what I did. Best of luck to you and your family, though. I appreciate you sharing the love, Lethal. No worries, Red. Appreciate that, mate. Good to see you, love. Dad shaved his head with her. He had long hair too, mate. To get rid of. I mean, it's hair at the end of the day. But if we can show it, if we could shave it off in a show of solidarity with these people that are suffering, then that's a huge W move, and I can get behind that. I can appreciate that. And thanks for the hugs, guys. Thank you very much for the hugs in chat. Losing grandparents is so hard. You miss yours every day. Absolutely sending all the love. So pleasant to see a partner go through. Your partner was 36 when diagnosed with it. We're sorry to hear that, James. Holy shit. That wouldn't be easy to go through at all, friend. What's the statistics for one in 4 Australians? I mean, it feels like that at the moment, Dusky, seeing all this as well. I'd say that would probably be the odds, I reckon. There's more than we know. There's more than we hear about, isn't there? I mean, you know, everybody's got their own story, don't they? Everybody's been touched in some way. They're lucky to have you, James, absolutely. And Cryptid, thank you so much for the 10, mate. If there's anybody you want me to toast to, mate, make sure you let me know. Sis number 1 has grown out enough to look like Tom Baker, Doctor Who. It's great. Yeah, grew back curly. Literally had to do both abuse and threaten the GP to do proper scans because she felt something was wrong, and the moron GP kept saying, "You'll be right. Take some What the? Oh, James, that angers me more than you know, friend. Because I feel like my dad had the same treatment. I mean, he got tested, he got checked out, but at the end of the day, almost it was neglect. At the end of the day, that made him pass a lot faster than probably what he should have. So that angers me, mate, to see that, you know, people are out there, you know, GPs are out there doing that. And it should be, you know, it shouldn't be taken with a grain of salt. Everything like that should be, you know, blood should be taken, proper scans done. You know, you're thinking of stuff like that. That's pretty infuriating. Scary how cancer is so common, more common these days. That's why you do annual checks. Your grandmother had breast cancer 3 times. Last time took her life. Your grandfather had lung cancer. Mother had breast cancer when you're still a toddler. So paranoid about getting it too. I think you're doing the right thing, Aquilina, by getting checked out. You know, it's definitely be, you know, more safe than sorry in that situation. You want your kiddos to be growing up, you know, healthy parents. So I think you're doing the right thing, Aquilina, by getting checked out. I think you're making a big brain move. Toasty for the women in my life who had cancer. There's like 5 you can think of, Cryptid. To the women in your life that have had cancer, no worries, Cryptid. I could do a toast. Seeing your grandfather like that was rough, but seeing how it affected you, absolutely, mate. Yeah, seeing how it affects the loved ones as well. You know, and the grandparents are going to be showing, you know, they're going to be showing strength, and they're going to be showing like, you know, it's okay, we're going to get through this. But yeah, to see how it affects, you know, people very close to you, you know, especially your father, yeah, pretty heartbreaking, isn't it? Here's a toast to the women in Cryptid's life who have had cancer. 5 that we can think of at the moment, but you know, may they be living long and fruitful lives, and if they're no longer with us, then may they be loved and forever remembered. I'm gonna put you on the board, Cryptid, as well. Really funny story about it, that everyone at the Cancer Council Lodge died. Really? Died laughing at James? Funny in the name of cancer, mate. You gotta let us know. Hey, no worries at all, Quill. Hey, I appreciate the generous donation. And you have to be up at 4 a.m. is insane. 9 a.m. swim lessons. Love you, Quill. Mate, hope you have an absolutely blessed sleep, and I hope the kiddos are doing well. And I hope that they haven't got any of the sickness that was getting around recently. I know there was a lot of prominent sickness getting around very recently, so I hope that you've had an easy ride. It's 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, something like that, Dusko. We need the facts confirmed in here. Let me put Cryptid on the board. Tony says he appreciates your toast. Thank you very much, Tony. I appreciate that, legend. And I hope you're staying strong, brother. Hope you're staying strong, and you're going to get through this, mate. Persistence, strength, and a mindset as well. You're going to get through it. Let me get my red marker and put cryptid on the board. I love all you guys so freaking much. Thank you for being here tonight. I said if they had to do a mastectomy, then you'd want all airbags placed in, like a lowrider with remote control. Oh my god, James. Depending on the day, you know, oh, does this suit my my fit? We're going out for the night, let's blow them up. We're staying indoors, alright, maybe we can pump them down a little bit. Oh, James. That's awesome, mate. That's awesome. I don't know if that would be classified on the level as when you have children, you know, can you chuck another stitch in there, you know, that old perler, but that's pretty good, mate. That's pretty good value. And they all had a laugh about it too, so that's the pure comedic gold just there. Thanks for tucking Quill in. Thank you very much for tucking Quill in. Did have the same shit happen, Mama Tez. We had my grandma's funeral. I'm sorry if I'm a bit behind on chat here too, guys. I'm just trying to read everybody's messages. I'm not trying to miss anything here tonight. We had my grandma's funeral, not cancer, on Thursday. It was lovely. We all got given daffodil bulbs to plant. Well, that's cool. National Flower of Wales, and we plan to grow a lot at home. That's awesome, Cryptid. That's a W move. What the heck? Mind if I DM you? Slide into the DMs. Let's go. Then this Chinese guy said, "Oh, don't you dare tell that to my wife. She placed airbag sausage downstairs and torment me forever with it." Airbag sausage is a thing though, isn't it? Can't you have that surgery? Too many quacks out there that only care about the money and not the people, Mama Tez. No, absolutely. Dad's first oncologist was a bitch, says Taz. Your message to the young people at the shows you take the U to, you know your body far better than a GP will. If something feels wrong or not normal, find it. Yeah, absolutely. That is absolute strats, James. Absolute strats, mate. You know your body better than GPs do. You know what you're feeling. If you're out of energy, if you're feeling funny, a way that you haven't felt for your whole life, a strange lump. You know it better than GPs do. So make sure you're fighting for it. Your health. I do apologize. We're in ads at the moment. What I might do is I might chuck some more logs on the fire while we're in ads, and then I'll continue catching up on the chat. And we're gonna get started on the horror readings very, very soon. I appreciate you guys for being here tonight. Thank you all very, very much. We've had some generous donations flow through already. I appreciate you all being super, super generous tonight. Thank you. I'm gonna put some more wood on the fire. I'm obviously not gonna go away from this scene, but we'll be back. Actually, can I? I got my stream deck out here. Oh god, I'm not going anywhere. Hopefully we'll start seeing some flames out of that shortly. There's a bit on there now. There's a bit on. Look at how it affected our poor mama, Dream Bro, and gave her multiple... Yeah, well, that's right. That's right. It affects more than just the people that have the cancer. It affects everybody around you. And Mama Tez, obviously, you know, a spousal position as well. Deeply affected. Mental health-wise, neglecting her own body as well. And then had to have some serious help themselves. So it affects more than we know. The stress, really breaks your health, doesn't it? And the heartbreak as well. I was so sick last week and not going home to prevent anyone getting sick before the funeral. Your cousin's kid almost got everybody sick, Cryptid. So you took all that time you know, changing your schedules and making sure that, you know, you stay home and don't make anybody else sick. And here's the other kid just going out there all willy-nilly, almost screwing it all up for everybody else. I'm glad she's here with us. Absolutely. And doing a lot better. Me too, Aquilina. Absolutely. You'd love to be there and give you all a hug. We'd appreciate a hug. Dreamer is chucking logs on the fire for those in ads so you don't miss out. Let the sparks fly, Red. Mate, hopefully she starts igniting soon. We'll see. This is the wood that the other guy gave me tonight. We chucked some pretty decent logs on there, so hopefully it starts ramping up soon. Because I tell you what, it's slightly a little bit colder now. That I've covered up all the coals with that log there. So, at least 4 people got sick from the kiddos. You feeling nice and toasty from the fire green eggs, mate? That's a W. I appreciate that, mate. Looks like it's already ignited. Yeah, well, the coals are pretty good now, James, and that's what I was worried about. I had to get it started nice and early because I wanted to make sure that when we got to this stage of needing to put more wood on it, that there was that everything was so damn red hot in there that there wouldn't be an issue lighting up any more bits of timber, which is what my usual strategy is, and it's working pretty well tonight. So love doing a bit of a fire. But the other log at the back seems to be igniting quite well. I'm just waiting for that one at the front to want to take off as well. It's in a bit of a smothering position at the moment, so it's going to take a little bit longer for those flames to get to it. But hopefully it's going to catch fire soon and and start roaring up. But that one at the back's doing pretty well. It's looking good. Hell yeah. I don't know if there's anybody that I've missed tonight putting on the fireboard. I think the last one that come through was Cryptid. So I think we're pretty much caught up, guys. We're going to start some horror stories. I reckon we should start some horror stories soon. Hopefully, can you guys hear the music at all? And hopefully it's not too overpowering for you guys. I'm going to read out some story titles. You can. I did the toast for Cryptid, yes. I did that, yeah. I caught up with all the toasts, and I appreciate you all guys for donating as well tonight. Thank you, everybody who's donated and allowed me to toast for them as well. I hope the toast was enough. Thank you for allowing me to do that. The toast for these awesome people that are going through cancer or the people that are lost to cancer. It feels really good to be able to do that for you, so I really appreciate it. Feel like you're in a tomb in Egypt or something. It's supposed to be, yeah, I wanted the nice horror cozy vibes of the but some nice soft music in the background. Ah, we knew it. All right, let me read out some of the titles of these stories, and if you guys could let me know in chat which one looks is sticking out more to you. There's a few to go through, so maybe I'll just do the first 2 pages because there's 4 pages in total of names. So if I start with the first 2, and then perhaps maybe hopefully we've got something to go off here. But if we're not feeling anything, then we can go to the last 2 pages and we'll see what those titles are too. Those were lovely toasts. Yeah, no, absolutely, Green Eggs, and I appreciate you for letting me do that as well. And that's what the whole idea of tonight was, to be, a bit intimate with the chat, discuss things that we don't really discuss, during our normal streams. And, I feel like I get a bit closer with you guys as well. If I could share something like this with you, so I really appreciate it. And I mean, obviously you're spending money and I'm doing it, but we're raising money for charities, you understand, so makes me feel good. Absolutely did, Cryptid. Alright, so we've got starting off on the names of these short stories, we've got A Dead Finger, we've got Out of the Sea, The Face, The Step, The Secret of Makaga's Gulch, Of Water, Everline's Visitant, The Rebus, Passing Through Peacehaven, William Tyrwhitt's Copy, Ones and Zeros, The Croftsburg Keep, The Corpse Light, The Captain of the Pole Star, The Phantom's Coach, Flannery's House, Georgie, A Ghost's Revenge, I Exist, Consorting with Filth, The Cold Earth, The Story of Mimi Nashi Hoichi, Yuki Onna. They're the names of the short stories. If there's anything that leapt out at you, make sure you let me know and we can go and read that. Hey Umbra, welcome on in, legend. Hope you're doing well, mate. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing absolutely sensational today, friend. It's so good to see you. If there's nothing you're curious about Georgie, Taz, Georgie, on page 131, and it goes until 137 is when the next story starts. How about you read from the first story, then you can just keep going, and when the stream ends, you can put in a bookmark and do another stream like this one. Well, it seems that this stream is going pretty well tonight, Mama Tez, but I wanted to read some stories that people might be interested in tonight, some titles, because the last time we read a story, it was just a random one, and it probably wasn't received very well. Pretty good. Oh, you just got off work, Umber. It's good to see you, legend. I hope you had a good day at work. The corpse light keeps the story sounded interesting. No, I didn't ignore you, Mama Tez. But that's no stress. It's also an idea as well. We could read from the start. But I reckon we might start with Georgie and then we'll move off to the corpse light. If we can get a reminder for the corpse light after I finish Georgie, because no doubt I won't remember. The corpse light, and I liked the idea of a ghost revenge as well. Sounded pretty good. But that's a slightly bigger story, actually. That goes from 137 up to 149. So that's a longer one. But we're going to start off with Georgie. If we can get a reminder for the corpse light afterwards, that would be absolutely fantastic. The corpse light looks like it's 8 pages long. Starting off Georgie, 131. It's about halfway through, isn't it? 125. Here we go. We got Georgie at 131. You'll keep it to the fire. No, keep your feet to the fire, mate. I should. It's I think I need to stoke it actually before I commence. I do think that I need to change the way that log is positioned to break any immersion here. Much better. Much better. Just don't use the leaf blower. I'll give it a shot. I'm using a stick. It's smoky right now. It's got pretty hot in there, but I love this. This stick has been my trusted stoker for God knows how long for this fire, and it's survived. It's seen things, man. This stoker's seen things. A warm dreamer appeared. Hello there. I have stoked the fire, and it seems to be doing much better now. I know what you can get me for Mother's Day. A fire pit. You want a fire pit, Mama Tez? Would you get out there and do a bit of fire pit stuff? Mate, I can try and organise you a fire pit, Mama Tez. That'd be no dramas at all. You keep losing your stoking stick, Wayne. Mate, who keeps stealing your stoking stick? Where does it keep disappearing to, bro? Just get yourself a plain old fucking stick, mate. With no other branches coming off it. It's nice and smooth. Then I'll be like, it's just a stick. That's not very interesting. Although, I suppose for a little kid, it could be a sword. So that might not work too well for you. Alright, guys. Sit out there on your lonesome, Mama Tez. You better sit out there with Tilly. We'll be able to come around and do some fire pit nights, Mama Tez. Set up a stream out at your place with your fancy Starlink internet, with your fast blazing speeds. Just get your number one out, Mama Tez. You're using a longboard off a bed frame? That's quite a chunky stoking stick, mate. That's quite chunky indeed. I don't know if that's going to be very effective at getting underneath things easily. Alright. Let me start the story off, okay? We're gonna start reading here, and I'm hoping for some immersion. I might need another drink of water first, though. You don't visit me much anymore, Montez? Cause she's busy, alright? Wish you could do a fire pit downside of living close together. No space for it, sadly. No space out in the backyard, Reb. Wonder why I'm not number one. Alright, we'll read this story. Chuck some more logs on the fire. We'll stoke it up. We'll have a s'more or something. A marshmallow. Why not? Alright, let me, you've seen me like. Alright. Okay, here's Georgie. What was Monday? Tricked you into thinking I had workies. Oh, yeah, true. Bit of a trickster, hey? Bit of a trickster. Oh, Jesus Christ, almost went down. Oh, God, I need to rescue the chair. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a setup. Okay, we're back in the position. I'm gonna put my glasses on. I think if it was only the death of our son, Maria and I would have made it, you know? Picked each other up and worked through the grief, healed each other, saved our marriage. Maria was the love of my life. Even now, after everything that happened, there are days when I still miss her so much. I used to be angry at her for leaving, but not anymore. Not really. I know she loved me. I understand. See, the thing is, my wife didn't leave me because our son died. She left because he came back. You ever see those couples that are effortless? You know, the kind. They finish each other's sentences, reach for each other's hands, like they have magnets in their palms. They just seem to mesh with each other. Maria and I never had that. We really had to work at our marriage. But I was okay with that, you know? It damn sure wasn't love at first sight. I thought she was just another rich girl riding daddy's coattail. And she thought I was some Irish street punk with a future of scams and back alley hustles. Hell, the thing is, that's probably the life I'd be leading if I hadn't met her. It was what I knew growing up. After I met Maria, I started to think I could rise up from the streets and actually make something of myself. Maria was beautiful. She looked like some East Coast cheerleader when I met her. Silky brunette, hair pulled back in a ponytail, innocent eyes set in a pure face. I don't know what the hell she saw in me, but when we fell for each other, we fell hard. Sometimes I loved her so much it hurt. We tied the knot about a year after we met. Both of us young as hell, trying to carve out our notch in the world, finding out how hard we could love each other, how hard we could fight. The temper on that woman, oh god damn, she was full of fire back then, so full of life. But it was great discovering each other, you know? Everything was new, exciting. The two of us against the world. We had life by the short and curlies for a while. We lived life just for ourselves. Then one day, out of the blue, that all changed. A smile is what gives it away. The alarm clock screams 5:30 in red, angry letters. Some easy listening station snaps on. It's way too damned early to be wailing about a heartache, but Elton John is giving it a hell of a try. I slap the snooze button and cut him off mid-chorus. Maria was never a morning person, so the 9 extra minutes in bed is like a gift. I go through my morning routine, shower, shave, get my suit on, and try to thread my new $5 tie. I turn around and Maria's awake, watching me. Morning sunlight streams in between the blinds, and she's washed in bands of gold. The bed sheets are wrapped around her, and she's sitting up against the headboard. Her hair is all messed up, but in a good way. sexy, you know? She doesn't say a word, just gives me this funny smile full of mischief and hope that this is cliche as hell, but this glow. And I just knew that this was how I found out I was going to be a father. When Georgie was born, his face was the colour of wet slate. His umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck. The nurses scrambled to get the doctor some snips, and he cut the cord. But Georgie lay there, still and limping as a dish rag. The doctor flipped him over on his stomach and gave him a smack on the ass. I can still remember the wet sound of the latex gloves on Georgie's newborn skin. The doctor mumbled under his breath, "Come on back now. Death can't have you yet," and he lifted his hand for another slap. A tiny snuffling cough, and Georgie's first cries rang out against the room. The three of us huddled together there in the delivery room, tired, laughing, tears flowing down our faces, just so relieved, happy. That's how we became a family. Ew, wet. Upstairs, the noises have stopped. Georgie was excited earlier, angry, throwing things. The oak bed thumped against the floor. I heard something shatter, and I knew I should have boarded the windows. I hope like hell he didn't break them again. If I go up there, I know what I'll find. The remnants of a child's tantrum. But I won't see him. He hardly ever shows himself unless he gets really upset. He just keeps to the shadows, but he'll never leave me. Georgie was screaming in his almost voice. And even in the middle of his rage, hearing him again almost broke my heart. He wasn't really speaking though. The noises he makes are primal, closer to the sounds of a wounded animal might make. But it's quiet now, as if he's holding his breath, waiting to see what will happen. Georgie got his looks from Maria. Would have been a real heartbreaker when he got older. Dark hair, olive skin, long lashes, framing eyes the colour of damp moss. He looked so full of mischief, you couldn't help but smile. Maria was a great mum, you know. Should have seen her and George together. The way they laughed and carried on, those two were best friends. They meshed. They were effortless. I used to put him to bed sometimes, read him a story, sing to him. We used to do this thing. He'd give me a big hug, plant a tiny, wet kiss on my lips and lay down. Teddy bear pulled close, and we'd do our nightly exchange. Night-night, Georgie. Night-night, Daddy. Love you, Daddy. Who's your buddy? Me. Who's your pal? Me. He'd yawn, his eyelids would smooth and close, flickering as he drifted off. I'd watch him lay there at peace. Angelic. Nothing at all like what he is now. Being a father changed everything. I started acting the part and got promoted at the company. Me managing employees, believe that. Maria and I bought a place out of the city, and for the next few years, it was Yule logs and eggnog, backyard barbecues and T-ball, and all the shit I used to make fun of, you know? But it was a good life. It was a good life. Watching Georgie discover things was addictive. His excitement at learning something new, his endless questions. Why do we call oranges oranges? We don't call apples reds. Why does ice float? Where do we go when we die? At get-togethers, adults would have conversations with him and walk away shaking their heads, ready to mix themselves a fresh drink. They said Georgie had an old soul. He was a smart kid, way beyond his years. We'd sidestepped questions about Santa Claus and Easter Bunny, but Maria and I both knew, at best, we only had a few years before he figured things out. No question he loved the presents that Christmas brought with it. Watching him run around during Easter egg hunts was enough to make you piss yourself laughing. But Georgie's favourite was Halloween. Cheap plastic masks, loose-fitting polyester costumes, Georgie loved all of it. I think it was the idea of becoming something else for the night that made it so much fun for him. But like any kid, the candy itself was what he loved most. He called it his pirate booty. We had grilled the rules into him since our first time trick-or-treating. After we got back home, Maria and I had to check his candy before he could eat anything. No exceptions. He was almost 5 when it happened. Old enough to know better. The night air is crisp. Downright cold, really. Each time the kids yell trick or treat, tiny clouds of steam curl from their mouths. I can almost feel winter bullying its way past fall. Georgie's ghost costume is stretched tight and shiny over his thin jacket. We've been out for a couple of hours already, and his cheeks are roses. Georgie, all smiles. His bag is heavy, like he's had a pretty good haul for the night. Even so, Maria has to bribe him with a promise of hot chocolate to steer him back home without an argument. Just as I open the front door, the phone rings. I hurry inside. Maria and Georgie behind me. I grab the phone, praying it's not the office calling me tonight. So I'm thankful that I've still grown inwardly at a telemarketer reading a script about replacement windows. I'm tired, but I know the guy's just doing his job. I try to be polite, keep my temper in check, do my best to slip in a thank you, but I'm not interested, so I can hang up. I'm still holding the phone as I turn around and watch it all in slow motion. The apple is a gleaming, polished, beautiful thing. It's oversized in George's tiny hands, and a brilliant red against his ghost costume. His mouth opens wide. The bright rectangles of his teeth sink into the burnished skin. A silver hairline breaks the surface of the apple, but I notice it far too late. Georgie bites in deep, and so does a razor blade inside. Blood gushes from his mouth, paints the front of his costume with a red exclamation point. The apple tumbles from his hands and falls to the carpet. It leaves a bloody trail as it rolls to a stop at my feet. Georgie looks at me confused. He knows something's wrong, but the pain hasn't hit yet. Georgie puts his hands into his mouth and withdraws something pink and spongy. He waves it at me and begins jumping up and down, making this high-pitched mewing. His expression turns to panic. I run to him. I scream for Maria to call 911. Fucking hell. Georgie tries to talk and it comes out a garbled mess. He coughs and makes this liquid whistling sound from the back of his throat. He claws at his neck. More blood steam streams from his mouth as he falls to his knees, choking. I turn him over and cradle him on my lap, trying to work inside his mouth. My hands grow slick. The razor slices into the top of my fingers and blood mingles with my son's. The blade's there, wedged at the back of his throat, but I can't get it free. Georgie convulses on my lap, and as little as he is, it's all I can do to hold him still. The world around me grows quiet. I know Maria's beside me. I can see her screaming, but I can't hear her. Red spirals of light now twist over my living room walls. I know the paramedics are out front, but I don't hear sirens. I know they're too late. George's expression pleads with me to fix this, to put it all back together again, because I'm the guy who does that. I'm the dryer of the crocodile tears and the healer of boo-boos. I'm the slayer of bedtime monsters and the mechanic of broken toys. I'm Daddy. But Daddy can't fix this. All the king's horses and all the king's men can't fix this. Georgie's leg stops shaking. Fucking Jesus, guys. More blood pours out from his mouth, black as oil. His body stops, trembling. Gets rigid. His gaze is still locked on mine. I don't know what I expected to see in his eyes, but I didn't think it would be anger I found. The rage. Georgie's eyes began to lose their shine. His small chest stops moving, and his body relaxes. I feel him lift up and pass through me. Sensation like a cold breeze against sunburnt skin. Sound kicks in again. I hear the heavy footsteps of the paramedics as they run into the house. Strong hands pull Georgie away from me. They lead Maria away from the room. The paramedics work on his body, but it's useless. He's already gone. And I can't stop screaming. 2 months passed before Georgie came back. Maria and I had become little more than roommates, both of us lost in a sea of grief, unable to get to shore. She couldn't comfort me, and I couldn't comfort her, to be perfectly honest. I don't think either one of us cared anymore. Something inside us died along with our son. We were both numb, drifting off into memories of when he was alive. So it took us a while to realise that George was dead, but he wasn't gone. It was the little things at first. Cold pockets of air travelled around the house. Matchbox cars rolled across the hardwood floor in his bedroom. In the middle of the night, the television would flick on, blaring cartoons. I'd be standing in the kitchen feeling small, icy hands tugging at the back of my leg. Georgie kept getting stronger. We woke in the middle of the night to find him standing at the foot of our bed. Georgie stared at me with his angry face and milky eyes, hate steaming off him in waves. His mouth opened in a yawn, and blood spilled free. Georgie pointed a single accusing finger at me. His breath carried the fetid smell of old blood and rotted apples. Then he faded into the shadows. Maria left that night. Didn't look at me, didn't cry, just drove off. Hell, she'd never even came back for her goddamn clothes. Just set her wedding ring on the counter, grabbed her keys and ran off. Our attorneys took care of everything else. Last I heard, she moved to Seattle and started nursing school. Married an engineer, I think, maybe an accountant, I can't remember. Sounds like a quiet life though. Safe, predictable. I'm happy for Maria, really I am. I can't blame her. Georgie's anger lies with me, not her. But after she left, I was alone with him. I started sleeping with the lights on, but I could still see Georgie moving in the shadows. I tried shutting the bedroom door, but I could still hear him scratching, the doorknob rattling as he whispered in the hallway. Night night, Daddy. Even now, sometimes I wake from sleep. The feeling of tiny cold hands against my throat, choking off my air. Rows of bloody scratches cover my arms, crescents of bite marks pattern my legs. It's a horrible thing to be afraid of your own child. I'd be lying if I said that ending it all hadn't crossed my mind. Some days, I think that it would be easier to sit in a hot bath and put a razor to my wrist, just to watch my life spool away in red ribbons. It's ironic, really. What drove Maria away is the same thing keeping me here. Fear is its own prison, and it doesn't need bars. See, I can't help but wonder if Georgie is this angry with me now, if he torments me this much while I'm still alive, what's he going to do to me when I'm dead? I know why Georgie's angry. He's lonely. Sometimes the loneliness gets to me, but mostly I've learned to live with it. But Georgie, his pain I can't hear anymore. I can hear the children outside, their excited squeals as they walk from door to door. Flashlight beams dance through the street, and I know any second I'll hear footsteps on the porch, and the kids will ring my doorbell. Their painted faces will be full of smiles as they hold out their bags, waiting for the promise of candy. This year, I've made special treats for the kids. Georgie wants a playmate, and I intend to give him one. This is heavy, Dusky, isn't it? I didn't think it was going to be this heavy. Georgie's angry. He's lonely. But I can fix this. I'm the guy who does that. I'm the dryer of crocodile tears and the healer of boo-boos. I'm the slayer of bedtime monsters and the mechanic of broken toys. I'm Daddy. Yeah, right. Maybe chilling ghost stories will be better than terrifying ghost stories. I know the first one we read all that time ago wasn't that dark. Jesus Christ. Well, we'll try that other story. What page was that on? You liked it though? I mean, it was good in the terms of a story, but fuck me. As a father, I couldn't help but get a little bit emotional reading that, because, you know, you're always imagining, like, fuck, what if, like, you don't think that kind of shit, but, like, it's pretty gruesome to hear that kind of thing, you know? Maybe going through the chats instead, Ozzy. Maybe what a thing to listen to it at night. Well, I'm reading it out here in the dark. At least I got Effie here though. At least I got you guys. You can't see Effie though. Yeah, Dusky. I can agree there. You know, I was tearing up a little bit there, mate. Did I grab the same book? I think I swapped books. Hey, thank you all very much for being here, though. We've got The Corpse Light at page 95. Here we go. Effie will sniff out anything nasty in the dark green eggs. That's right, mate. You're around kiddos this week and they're crazy. Our poor dogs didn't get a moment of peace around the dog. Mate, we took the kids to Bunnings today and they had the local adoption sites there. I think two of the local adoption sites or something. Maybe it was one of them. I'm not sure, but yeah, all the doggos, they were all just getting petted to the heck. We made some I think they had some waffles as well to make there to donate to these places as well. So we made some waffles and the kids were just there patting the dogs and it was good vibes. I wanted to bloody adopt them. They were so adorable. Mood was a lot brighter half an hour ago, James. Hopefully it gets better, mate. There you go. When the fire dies down a bit, just chuck a book on. You know what, bro? You know what? I was almost gonna have like a lol donation incentive amount tonight of like, you know, 500 or $1,000 or something like that. Just chuck the book on the fire. I was almost gonna do that. I mean, I don't know if anybody would do that, but yeah, I was this close to adding it in, something like that. Hopefully the corpse light's a bit lighter. This sounds worth it at this stage, mate. Well, we'll do this story and then maybe we'll change books, because I know that Terrifying Ghost Stories was like, it was some guy driving through a graveyard and it was pretty creepy. So hopefully no more kids, but we'll see what the corpse light has in store for us. Chuck, you on the fire, Quinine? How you going, legend? Welcome on in, mate. Welcome. I reckon I do have to do a bit of stoking though, because the flames have died down a little bit and it's getting a bit cooler now. I'm gonna have to move a little bit closer to this fire, I reckon. Move it closer toward me, it might be a vibe as well, actually. Move it a little bit closer. Torn between hating the thought of damaging books and dark stories. Well, the thing about this cryptid is we could probably just buy another one. The donation incentive will be there for the lols, and we'll just go and buy another book. But and it's all worth it for charity. Needs to be your fire poker. If the book portrays evil against kids, it needs to be burnt, James. That's right, mate. That's right. Link, how we going? This is dedication. Welcome on in. Hope I didn't miss any chat messages while we're reading the book. We're about to start our new the next story. But I thought I better take the time to stoke the fire. I might see if I can move it a little bit closer to me, actually. We'll return to this corpse light book. But I might see if I can move a little bit closer. But I hope you're doing well, Quinine. Can we get a shout out for Quinine, please? Absolute freaking superstar. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you're doing well. No, you, mate. I've still got your voice, but you won't be able to hear your voice tonight in the stream because I turned it off. I turned all my sound alerts off to keep the vibes cozy tonight. And Effie sleepy in the beanbag still. Absolutely adorable. Can't even see her down there. You never turned me. I turned you off tonight, bro. I turned you off tonight. Usually they love the daddy command, but I had to turn it off tonight, bro. What can I do here to get some more flames kicking here, hey? And we'll put another bit of timber just here, I reckon. Just there. And we'll make another s'more. What do you reckon we make another s'more? I'm down for another s'more. You're right. Chaos to the max, mate. I appreciate that, mate. I appreciate the chaos to the max. If there's one thing worse than a story, it's the god-awful AI text-to-speech voice. Do you want me to try and do an AI text-to-speech voice, James? Do you want me to try? I won't be able to do it. You were too focused on your reading. Except for me, you had to do some name changes on Facebook Messenger. Oh, how can I see what you've called me though? Oh, did you message it to me though? Get it closer, grab a set of pliers and lock it on. No, I didn't. I just grabbed the bottom of it with my hand. Do you have killing? What's killing, green eggs? What's killing? No, you don't want me to do it. Okay, I won't. I won't do it. I don't think I'd be able to do it anyway. Put some wrist-sized, two finger-sized stuff under the big logs to make it hotter. Some wrist-size or 2 finger-sized stuff. Oh, I did have some kindling, but I could slide it on in there. You should be able to see it, Mama says. How do I see? Do I go to you or something? Do I find... Oh, wait. Set my... Oh, favorite son. Oh, favorite son. Your only son. It's not number 1. Bits of small wood to help. But they're noisy, though. They're noisy, but I've only got... I'll show you. He's a finger-sized, yeah? All right. Oakley dokleys. Hopefully that takes off nicely. It is getting cold tonight, though. It's 7 degrees right now. Small stuff will make the bigger stuff slow burn without the medium, the medium stuff. Bits of small wood to help boost the fire. I should have made more small bits of wood today, but I didn't. I've pre-prepared my kindling, so I'm just using leftover kindling, and it seems to be kind of helping a little bit here. The fire's still going all right. These will help the big stuff burn faster and hotter. You want a marshmallow? I reckon we might do another s'more. I want to try the dark chocolate coated McVitie's though. The dark chocolate coated ones. Effie hasn't even poked her head up to see what we're doing. That's what you liked about moving out to the regional areas. Cheaper, and the houses have fireplaces in them. We like the natural fireplaces. The fireplaces are good. Nothing to be, you know, you can't squawk at that. Slightly different texture though, the McVitie's. Because I was just having the other Coles brand digestives before. Because I couldn't find any other digestives in Coles. It was just the McVitie's or these other Coles brand ones. And I was like, fucking Coles brand, man, seriously. 2 marshmallows. 2 opportunities to burn the marshmallows. Alright, here we go. McVitie's digestives, different texture though. Let's go up here into the flames. Hope you're all having a good night, and thank you very much for being here. Thanks for tuning in to our first Fireside Frights stream. First and hopefully not the last. I kind of like this format tonight, guys. Oh, they are roasting beautifully. Oh, I think they're ready. I think they're ready. They were almost falling off. Oh wait, wrong side. Wait, no, that's the right side. What am I talking about? What you talking about? Oh, beautiful. That's a nice slide. Fucking icing sugar all over my pants leg. It's okay, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh hell yeah. First hypothermia stream. That's right, Linky Link. Well, hopefully not, mate. Hopefully not. I think you're doing a pretty poor job if you get hypothermia beside a fireplace. Shit, unless you're running out of wood or something. You have some in the cupboard. The dark chocolate ones are amazing, Mummaters. They're different texturally. Hey, it's Monko. Hello there. Welcome on in. Welcome. I used to play Phasma with you guys all the time, bringing back the memories. Welcome in, mate. Are you trying toasting marshmallows with a Zippo? What the fuck? They tasted like kerosene. Oh shit! I've never done that before. Really? Oh, okay. Remind me to never do that then. Much prefer a fire roasted marshmallow. That's for sure. I think digestive tonight was a good call. How far back we talking? Not butane. I remember you had walk-in sound that made me laugh all the time. You trying to remember the sound? Oh really? Have we had a name change or something? Or is my memory just that fucking bad? Something to do with PP in it? Boner, boner alert. Oh, Benji! Yep, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah. Boner alert. Yep. It'd probably still be in there. I've probably just I don't know if my sound alert's activated tonight. But good to see you, mate. Good to see you. I mean, it's me we're talking about. You tend to use things like leaf blowers instead of a broom inside the house. Mate, well, I was a leaf blower inside the house. Is that big brain strats though? Like, honestly? For cleaning the dust and stuff out? Bosch 18-volt drills make great cake mixes. Mate, actually, legit. They would. They would do a bloody good... I'd make a bloody good job at it, actually. Oh, this marshmallow is fucking messy. Marshmallows are keto friendly, I believe. Biscuits won't be. That was a bloody good s'more. Eat like a biscuit in the morning in hopes you burn off all the carbs. According to me, a leaf blower instead of a broom works brilliantly. The floor shiny and clean before all the dust and crap comes back down again. You gotta stand there with a vacuum and catch it as it's flying back down. And try and catch it. Turn the fans on or something so it never comes back down again. It's always circulating in the air. Never been much of a marshmallow guy. It's too sugary. Mate, I can't eat a marshmallow by itself. It has to be roasted over a fire. And then I can't do too many as well. We have to tone it down a little bit. Can't be too many marshmallows. Well, I can agree with you there, mate. I can agree with you there. Not much of a marshmallow guy myself, sadly. There we go. We've lifted that up under that bit there. Hopefully that's good. I think the smaller bits have burnt already. That's perfect. Hopefully that's good. That looks pretty good to me. All right. Marshmallows in Nutella? I don't have any Nutella. I don't have any. Turns out you can still have KFC chicken, just nothing else. That's a sad time, though. You can have KFC chicken. I mean, that's pretty good, actually. That is pretty good. KFC chicken is a vibe. Carbohydrates are absorbed into the body as sugar, so I guess won't be much different eating a marshmallow to carbs. Your missus goes off her head at me and says your cleaning is unacceptable and horrifying and more noisy as well, apparently. You can't do raw marshmallows, Cryptid. S'mores with with Reese's? I didn't think about that. I didn't think about a Reese's. We could probably get Reese's over here. I'm pretty sure I've seen them before. That actually, that would go pretty hard, I reckon. I could get jiggy with that, I reckon. Depends on the carbs. It's because you don't do it to her standards. Roasted marshmallows for the win. Roasted marshmallows is an absolute W. I might just do a solo instead of doing it in a putting it in a and we'll get to green egg story very, very shortly. Instead of putting it in a s'more, I'll just instead of making a s'more, I'm just gonna roast this fucker and eat it. I'm getting fucking icing sugar all over my legs. And for those who are just tuning in, or if you've been here for a little while and you don't know what we're doing tonight, we're doing scary stories by the fire tonight. Horror vibes. And we're raising money for cancer research, raising money for Game on Cancer. I'm a superhero streamer until the end of May, along with Team Stark. And all us legends are raising money for this fantastic cause. If you donate tonight in this stream, you can get your name on the fireboard behind me. That's that big board, that LED board of illegible text that you can see. Because there's a lot of names on it at the moment. I'm trying to, save some space on there, just in case some more come flowing through. If you donate $10 or more, I'll do a toast to a loved one. A loved one of yours, lost to cancer or still battling cancer, I'll do a heckin' toast. We'll have a drink about alcohols, and we'll have a little bit of silence. That's what we're doing tonight. And apparently roasting marshmallows as well. This setup took a lot of time to set up tonight, so I'm glad that you're all enjoying it, and I'm glad to hear some positive feedback, and perhaps it's something that we could look at doing again in the future. Because I don't mind turning off all the loud stuff once in a while, and just sitting down and relaxing and hanging out with you guys. Whether it's scary stories, whether it's not so scary stories, I don't mind hanging out with you guys and having a night like this. Oh! That's good. That literally disintegrated to nothing in my mouth. That was good. That was sensational. You like a slow roast rotisserie mellow? Rotisserie mellow? That's right, she gets even more angry when I say she's an expert. She could do it herself. Shit. When she doesn't do anything, you need to turn around and say, the cleaning fairy is broken. When it comes to renovating and making the house better, putting the new furniture in, changing lights and ceiling fans, you handle all that and redeem yourself. You do. You put the big boy pants on and you do the handyman stuff. I like it. Yeah, it's my specialty as well, I suppose, but probably not so much ceiling fans. I had to call somebody in to do that. But you want a marshmallow? Can you eat one for me? Can I eat a marshmallow if you take? You can come around and have a marshmallow yourself, Taz, if you want. You come around here if you want, Taz. Say hello to Effie. I can roast you a marshmallow. You have a snoring dog in your lap? It isn't like Mama Tez, a snoring doggo. Effie's not even snoring, but you can hardly even see it, which is a sad time. I kind of wish it was a little bit more visible. I'll roast another marshmallow, Taz. I think this is a pink one. What happened? Oh, okay. Headset just died. But it's back. I was like, where'd the music go? Nice crispy burn on that one. We all know she's there. The who? The cleaning fairy. You got a new washing machine, installed it today, and went to try it yourself, and instantly got stopped because you didn't put enough in it. So you walked off and said, "Enjoy your new toy." Ceiling fans are pissy to install if you get the ones with the remote controls. We got one with the remote control. That's the latest one we got. The latest installment for the bedroom. Oh, thanks for that, Taz. in your defense, though. Just putting it through the first cycle to get out get all the chems out, all the chemicals. See some white on that marshmallow dreamer. No, it was fucking. I might do another. That pink one was unreal. Is that another pink one? I think it is. I'm doing another pink one, man. That was insane. That was tasty. I'm losing a bit of my flame here, though. Is that blacker for you, Dusko? Is that blacker? Cook yours until the charcoal. Amaze balls. Well, you told me to pull the skin off, so I did. Oh, yeah. Actually, the more black it's gone on, the better. I might try and burn the next one. I like how it just gets to a point where it just combusts. Shit. Yeah, right. I'm blowing fucking charcoal off this one. If you pull it back to next to the board, it'll be a decent warmth. What, the mellow? Or you mean pull the fire pit back? I've got a sleeping dog back there. Little too burnt, that one. Is that a pip? Next to the board? Oh, yeah. I'm going to move in closer. I'm a bit far away from it. But I thought it was better safe than sorry because I've got blankets and shit. Things that can probably, you know, if it sparks up a little bit. I'm used to me fire sparking up a little bit. Perfect. Dreamer doesn't like Vegemite. Crisp him up, add a lick of... What the fucking add a lick of Vegemite to a marshmallow? What? Oh, it has to be cooked. I think you need another one. Can I say, you've never had a roasted marshmallow? Well, come on down, Mama Tez. Now's the time. Now's the time, Mama Tez. It is dropped to 6 degrees right now. I might have to... You guys won't mind if I move the chair in a little bit, though. So we're closer to the fire. This wood's just fucking shit, isn't it? It's not really burning, is it? Just turn into ash. Turn into... Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Almost lost it all. It's probably for the best. And what we might do is we might grab that big fuck-off log that I see. Yeah, baby. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Yeah, that'll light up. That's got bark on it. That'll spark up. Bring the fire closer to you. It's an experience. Oh, the marshmallow. Yeah, absolutely. Add a tiny flick of Vegemite to a cooked marshmallow. Balances out the sweetness. Just makes it completely pH neutral in the mouth. Once you get your fire pit, oh, you'll have to try it, Mama Tess. That's very true. That's very true. Once you get a fire pit, yeah, you will be able to try that out for yourself. A roasted marshmallow. Have a s'more even. We're about to go into ads, guys. And you know what? Since stoking this fire, it's oh, the crab's in the fire. Get out of the fire, crab. Get out of the damn fire. What are you doing, you silly crab? Oh god, this crab. Oh my god, why is it dancing in there? It's looking like this log's gonna be... It's gonna be a good log. This is. It's gonna be hot. Another necessary fireplace item is a jaffle... Oh, I don't have a jaffle iron for my fireplace. No, that's one of the ones you can put stuff inside it and put it in the fire and it does things. Boiled crab. It's like roasted crab, more like roasted crab. I hope all you legends are doing absolutely heckin' fantastic tonight, and thank you all so much again for being here. I appreciate you all very, very, very much. We're gonna kick off another story very shortly. Once we're out of the ads, we've got another 34 seconds until the ads start. So once we're out of the ads, we're gonna kick off our next story, which is something along the lines of something, you know. Hey Lux, welcome on in, mate. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, mate. It's good to see you. Hope you're having an absolutely excellent night, my friend. My blanket's fallen down off the back of my chair. That's a vibe. That's happened. No wonder it was getting so chilly back here. Doing pretty good, thank you. No worries, mate. No worries. Went to the fridge to get water. Came back with cheese and no water. Oh, what a vibe, Taz. What an adventure to the fridge that was. You cook stuff in bread in a jaffle iron. Lots of people just do baked beans, but get creative. Tin stew, diced bacon and egg. I've done cheese and egg before in a toasty or a jaffle, but not in a fire pit. I've always done it in the one you plug into the wall. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting the old getting a bit primal, I suppose, with the fire pit stuff, and you know, wrapping some freaking potato up in some tin foil or something like that, chucking it in there, you know. Cooking some things up on it. Melt the cheese, it'll become fluid. It'll become a fluid. A melted cheese, oh no. You never experienced ADHD symptoms before. Creamed corn and cheese jaffle. Oh, really? Recommended creamed corn. Buy yourself a jaffle iron. Highly, mate, I'm gonna have to get jiggy with that. Get a Dutch oven. Cooking in those is great. What, isn't that under the sheets, quinine? Pulling the sheets up over your spouse and farting? Isn't that a Dutch oven? Isn't that what they call it? Or you mean an actual, like, something I can chuck on the fire? Hello, Effie! Hello, have you been having a cozy snooze? Oh, see you later. No worries, Effie. No worries. Hey, Link, she pops her head up and straight back down again. I'm gonna see if I can, and bye. Oh, Effie has risen. I'm gonna see if I can, get her head poking up again. That's a little bit better. Kind of see her hiding over there in the shadows. Camp oven cookouts are so nice. Camp oven cookouts. Moving a little bit closer. A little bit closer to the fire. I'm gonna have to, you know what? I might fucking do it, guys. I might do it. I might just drag it closer. Because, if I move this chair forward anymore, I'm not gonna be able to, I'm gonna have a light to read with. But I might pull the fire pit closer. Are you gonna get some snoozies? You work in the morning. I'll see you on Arkies tomorrow night. Yeah, no, I should be able to play Arkies or Warzone tomorrow. Warzone was good fun last time. I've just got to set my computer up again. I've got to set everything up again because I had to tear it all apart to get it all out of here. So I'm gonna put it all back together again. So I'll be doing that hopefully tomorrow. I'll get time to do that, and then I should be right for the evening. Big fart under the blanket is funny and helpful. Scroll up and chat. When you want more room in the bed via a missile evacuation, it's not food though. It's not food. Look at some tucks in chat for dust bugs, please. Thanks for the tucks. Oh, actually, I didn't put. Now you said ready poo, and I didn't put ready poo on the board. I didn't put ready poo on the board. I missed ready poo. thanks for the jog of the memory. I hope that one completely... I did the toast, but I forgot to put you on the board. I'm sorry about that. Alright, let me drag this fire a bit closer. Alright. Have a great sleep. Can't forget Ready Poo. No, I can't forget Ready Poo. You're back. It's cold. How are you surviving? Rainbows, welcome back. Well, I just moved the fire pit closer to me, mate. If you didn't see, I just moved it closer. I'm hoping everything's going to light up very soon. And start, You know what I might do? I've just had a brainwave. Hopefully we start to see some good flames coming through very soon. Which is a very full fire. Very full. Seeing that as you were typing, Rainbows? I just put a bit of kindling in between big logs. So hopefully that lights up and then gets a bit of extra heat underneath that big log I put on top. Fingers crossed. We're going to start the next story. The last one was very gruesome. Good story. Well written. Very gruesome. I'm glad you're going to be here, Rainbows, and I hope you're having a good night, mate. Hope you're having a good night. Story clap, let's go! And Dustbugs with the hydrate. The first hydrate of the night, I think. Maybe the second one. Let me get around that. Somehow the power button on your phone came off. You have to use the accessibility buttons to lock your phone. Can you put it back on again? That's really weird. Page 95. This is Green Eggs' chosen story. And after this story, we might swap to the other book. Or we might check out the some of the stories in the other book. Alright, here we go. Let's start up. This book, this short story, is called The Corpse Light by Dick Donovan. My name is John Patmore Lindsay. By profession, I am a medical man and a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons and member of the Royal College of Physicians, London. I am also the author of numerous medical works, my best known perhaps being How to Keep in Good Health and Live Long. I was educated at one of the large public schools and took my degree at Oxford. I have generally been regarded as a hard-headed man and skeptical about all phenomena that were not capable of being explained by rational and known laws. Mysticism, occultism, and spiritualism and like only served to excite my ridicule, and I entertained anything but a flattering opinion of those people who professed belief in such things. I was pleased to think it argued a weakness of mind. I have referred to few foregoing facts about myself because I wish to make it clear that I do not belong to that class of nervous and excitable people who fall prey to their own fancies, conjure up shapes and scenes out of their imaginings, and then vow and declare that they have been confronted with stern realities. What I am about to relate is so marvelous, so weird and startling that I am fain to believe that my story is half apologetic in a half apologetic way. And even now, as I dwell upon it all, I wonder why I, of all men, should have been subjected to the unnatural and unearthly influence. But so it is. And though, in a sense, I am only half convinced, I no longer scoff when somebody reminds me that there is more in heaven and earth than is dreamt of in our philosophy. But to my story, and when it is told, the reader can judge for himself how powerful must have been the effect of what I witnessed, when it could induce a man of my mental fibre to commit to paper so astounding a narrative as the one I now pen. Fire's going off now, guys. The fire's really going off now. Dickens. Alright. Catch up where I was up to. It is about 20 years ago now that I took up a practice in the old-fashioned and picturesque little town of Brinton-on-Sea. At that time, there was no railway into Brinton, the nearest station being some 7 or 8 miles away. The result was the town still retained a delightful old-time air, while the people were as primitive and old-fashioned as their own. Nevertheless, Brinton was far ahead of its neighbours, and though in a pure agricultural district, was enterprising and businesslike, while its weekly Tuesday market brought an enormous influx of the population to the district for miles around, and very large sums of money changed hands. Being the chief town of parish, and boasting of a very curious and ancient church, a still more ancient market cross, to say nothing of several delightful old hostelries, and small through excellent museums of local curiosities consisting principally of Roman remains and fossils, for which the district was renowned. It attracted not only the antiquary and the gourmand, but artists and tourists, of lovers of the picturesque, as well as those in search of quietude and repose. The nearest village was High Lee, about 3 miles away. Between the two places was a wide sweep of magnificent, rolling down delightful at all times, but especially the summer. Many an ancient farmhouse was dotted about, with here and there a windmill. The down on the seaside terminated in a high headland, from which a splendid lighthouse sent forth its warning beams over the fierce North Sea. Second only inconspicuous to this lighthouse was an old and half-ruined windmill, known all over the countryside as the Haunted Mill. Hey Lefty, how you going, mate? Welcome on in. No worries, mate. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you're doing well. You were resisting, mate. I gotta catch. And it didn't. I almost 6'7", guys. Almost 6'7". I do apologize. Hope you're having a good LAN party, brother. All right. Gotta catch up to where I was. The Haunted Mill. When I first went to live in Brinton, this mill early attracted my attention, for it was one of the most picturesque old places of its kind I had ever seen. And as I had some artistic instincts, this book reads very, it needs big smart story, this book. Could sketch with, as my two flattering friends said, no mean ability. The Haunted Mill appealed to me. It stood on rising ground close to the high road that ran between Brinton and High Lee. I gathered that there had been some dispute about the ownership, and as usually the case, the suckers of the harpies, the law had fastened upon it, so to speak, and drained all its vitality away. After a manner of lawyers generally, the old-fashioned legal luminaries of the country were a slow-going set, and for a quarter of a century, that disputed claim had remained unsettled, and during that long period, the old mill had gradually fallen into ruin. The foundations had from some sunk, throwing the main building out of the perpendicular. Part of the... Is this story reading? I promise I'm reading the words right. Part of the roof had fallen in, and the fierce gales of a quarter of a century had battered the sails pretty well to match the wood. A long flight of wooden steps led up to the principal door, but these steps had rotten away in places, and the door itself had partly fallen inwards. Needless to say, this mill had become a home of bats and owls, and according to the yokels, of something more fearsome than either. It was a forlorn and mournful-looking place anyway, even in the full blaze of sunshine, but seen in moonlight, its appearance was a singularly weird and well calculated to beget in this rustic mind of an influence of outer appearance. To me, it did not appeal in any of these aspects. I saw it in only subject matter for an exceedingly effective picture, and yet I am bound to confess that even when transferred to board or canvas, there was a certain grim suggestiveness of things uncanny, and I easily understood how superstitious and unreasoning rustic mind was awed into belief that this mouldering old mill was haunted by something more creepy and harrowing than bats and owls. Anyway, I heard wonderful tales at which I laughed, and when I learned that the country people generally gave the mill a wide berth at night, blamed them for their stupidity, that it was a fact that worthy and in other respects intelligent farmers and market folk coming between Brinton and High Lee after dark preferred the much longer and dangerous route by the sea cliffs, even in the wildest weather. I have dwelt thus long on the haunted mill, because it bulks largely in my story, as will presently be seen, and I came in time to regard it with scarcely less awe than the rustics did. It was during the second year of my residence in Brinton that a young man named Charles Royce came home, and having been absent at sea for 3 years, Royce's people occupied Goyce Hill Farm, about 2 miles to the south of Brinton. Young Charlie, a fine, handsome, but rather wild youngster, had, it appeared, fallen desperately in love with Hannah Trousell, who was a domestic in the employ of the rector of the parish. But Charlie's people did not approve of his choice, and thinking to cure him, packed him off to sea. And after an absence of 3 years and a month, the young fellow, bronzed and hearty, more rollicking and handsome than ever, returned to his native village. I had known nothing of Charles Royce or his history up to the day of his return, but it chanced on that very day I had to pay a professional visit to the rectory, and the rector pressed me to lunch with him. Greatly interested in all his parishioners, and knowing something of the private history of most of the families in his district, the Rev. Gentleman very naturally fell into talking about young Royce, and he told me the story, adding, "Hannah is a good girl, and I think it's rather a pity Charlie's people objected to courting her. I believe she would have made him a capital wife." "Has she given him up entirely?" I asked. "Oh yes, and is engaged to Silas Hartrop, whose father owns the fishing smack, the North Sea Beauty. I never had a very high opinion of Silas, I'm afraid. He's a little too fond of skittles and beer. However, Hannah seems determined to have him spite of anything, I can say, so she must take her course. But I hope she is able to reform him, and that the marriage will be a happy one. I really shouldn't be a bit surprised, however, if the girl took up with her old lover again." Thanks for the Tux to Cryptid guys in the chat. I have a reason to know she was much attracted to him. And I fancy Charlie. If he were so minded, I could easily influence her to throw Silas overboard. This little story of love and disappointment naturally interested me, for in a country town, the affairs of one's neighbour are a matter of greater importance than is the case in a big city. So it came to pass that a few weeks after Charlie's return, it was pretty generally known that even as the rector had suggested it might be, young Royce and pretty Hannah Trozell were spooning again, and Silas had virtually been given to go about his business. It was further known that Silas had taken his dismissal to so much heart that he had been seeking consolation in the beer pot. Of course, folk talked a good deal, and most of them sympathised with Silas and blamed Hannah. Very soon, it began to be bruited about that Royce's people no longer opposed any objection to the wooing, and that the consequence, Hannah and Charlie were to become husband and wife at Christmas. That was in about 7 weeks' time. A month of the time had passed, and the askings were up to the parish church, when one day there went forth a rumour that Charles Royce was missing. Rumour took a more definite shape a few hours later, when it was positively stated that 2 nights previously Charles had left his father's house in high spirits and the best of health to visit Hannah and walk with her, as she was going to the town to make some purchases. On his way, he called at the Two Wagoners, a wayside inn, where he had a pint of beer and purchased an ounce of tobacco. From the time he left the inn, all trace of him was lost, and he was seen no more. Hannah waited his coming until long past the appointed hour, and when he failed to put in an appearance, she became angry and went off to town herself. Next day, her anger gave place to anxiety when she learnt that he had left his home to visit her and had not since returned. And anxiety became alarm when 2 and 3 days slipped in without bringing any tidings of the truant. On the night that he left his home, the weather was very tempestuous, and it had become wild and stormy since. It was therefore suggested that on leaving the Two Wagoners, he might have got confused when he reached the common, which he had to cross to get to the rectory. And as there were several pools and treacherous hollows on that common, it was thought he had come to grief. But the most diligent search failed to justify the surmise. Such an event as this was well calculated to cause a sensation, not only in Brinton and its neighbourhood, but throughout the country. Indeed, for many days it was common topic of conversation, and at Brinton weekly markets, the farmers and rustics dwelt upon it in exclusion of other things, and of course everybody, or nearly everyone, had some wonderful theory of his or her own account for the missing man's disappearance. One old lady every week for 20 years had trudged in from a village 5 miles off with poultry and eggs for the Brinton market. Hey Morgan, how you going, legend? Welcome. Declared her belief that the young Royce had been spirited away, and she recommended an appeal to a wondrous wise woman locally known as Cracked Mole, but whose reputation for solving mysteries and discovering lost persons and things was very great. Ultimately, Royce's people did call in the services of this ancient fraud, but without any result. And despite 101 amateur detectives, the mystery remained unsolved. Charles Royce had apparently disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving not a trace behind. In the process of time, the 9 days' wonder gave place to something else, and excepting those directly interested in him, Charles Royce was forgotten. Hannah took the matter very seriously to heart, and for a while lay dangerously ill. Silas Hartrop who was much affected by his disappointment with regard to Hannah, went to the dogs, as saying this, and drank so heavily that it ended in an attack of delirium tremens. I was called in to attend him. I had hard work to pull him through. On his recovery, his father sent him to an uncle at Yarmouth, who was in... Is the stories are working? What, they're putting people to bed? Who was in... the fishing trade, and soon afterwards, news came that young Hartrop had been drowned at sea. He was out in the North Sea in his uncle's fishing smack, and though nobody saw him go, it was supposed that he fell overboard in the night. This set the local tongues wagging again for a time, but even the affairs of Brinton could not stand still, because the ne'er-do-well Silas Hartrop was drowned. So sympathy was expressed with these people, and then the affair was dismissed. About 2 years later, I received an urgent message one late afternoon to hasten with all speed to Highley to attend the squire there, who had been taken suddenly, as report said, for some time past. It had taken me several hours to get through my list of patients. I had just refreshed myself with a cup of tea and was about to enjoy a cigar when the messenger came, telling him to ride back as quickly as possible and say I was coming. I busied myself with a few important matters which had to be attended to, as I might be absent for some hours, and then ordered my favourite mare, Princess, to be saddled. I set off from Brinton soon after 7. It was a November night, bitterly cold, dark, as Erebus, while every now and then violent squalls swept across the land from seaward. Princess knew the road well, so I gave the mare her head, and she went splendidly until we reached the ruined mill, when suddenly she wheeled round with such abruptness that I was a good horseman. I was nearly pitched from the saddle. At the same moment, I was struck in the face by something that seemed cold and clammy. I thought at first it was a bat, but remembered that bats do not fly in November. An owl, but owls would not have been felt cold and clammy. However, I had little time for thought, as my attention had to be given to the mare. She seemed disposed to halt, and was trembling with fear. Then, to my intense astonishment, I noticed what seemed to be a large luminous body lying on the roadway. It had the appearance of a corpse illuminated in some wonderful and mysterious manner. Had it not been for the fright of my mare, I should have refused to pass it. I should have thought I was the victim of some optical delusion, but Princess evidently saw the weird object and refused to pass it. So impressed I was with the idea that a real and substantial body was lying on the road, notwithstanding the strange unearthly light that I slipped from the saddle, intending to investigate the matter, when it suddenly disappeared, and the cold, clammy something again struck me in the face. I confess that for the first time in my life, I felt a strange, nervous, unaccountable fear. I say unaccountable because it would have been difficult for me to have given any explanation of my fear. Why and of was I afraid? Now, whatever the phenomenon was, there was a hard, stern fact to face, that my horse had seen what I'd seen, and was terrified. There was something strangely uncanny about the whole business, and when a terrific squall, bringing with it sleet and rain, come hailing from across the sea, it seemed to emphasize the uncanniness, and the ruined mill, looming gaunt and grim in the darkness, caused me to shake with an involuntary shudder. involuntary shudder. The next moment, I was trying to laugh myself out of my nervousness. Princess and I mentally argued, have been the victims of some atmospheric delusion. That was all very well, but something cold and clammy that struck me in the face, and which may have struck the mayor in the face also, was no atmospheric delusion. Hey, Kath, welcome on in, mate. With an alacrity I did not often display, I sprang into the saddle, spoke some encouraging words to the mare, for she was still trembling, and when she bounded forward, and that haunted mill was behind me, I experienced a positive sense of relief. I found my patient at High Lee in a very bad way. He was suffering from an attack of apoplexy, and though I used all my skill on his behalf, he passed away toward midnight. His wife very kindly offered me a bed for the night, but I had some important matters to attend to early in the morning. I declined the hospitality, though I was thankful for a glass of two of generous port wine and some sandwiches. It was 12:30 when I left the house on my return journey. The incident by the haunted mill had been put out of my head by the case. I had been called upon to attend, but as I mounted my mare, the groom who had brought her round from the stables said it'd be a bad night, doctor, for riding. The kind of night when the dead things come out of their graves. I laughed and replied, Tom, lad, am I surprised to hear you talk such rubbish? I thought you had more sense than that. Well, I'll tell her what, doctor. If I had to ride to Brinton tonight, I'd go by the cliffs and chance being drowned rather than pass yon old mill. These words for a moment unnerved me, and I honestly confess that I resolved to go by the cliffs, dangerously, as the road was in dark. Nevertheless, I laughed at Tom's fears and ridiculed him, though when I left the squire's grounds, I turned the mare toward the cliffs. In a few minutes, I was ridiculing myself. John Patmore Lindsay, I mentally exclaimed, you are a fool. All your life you have been ridiculing stories of the supernatural, and now... Hello! Welcome on in, Live Raid! Hello! Hello there, legends! Welcome on in. How heckin' cozy is this? I am so heckin' cozy right now. I've moved the fire closer to me. I've shuffled in closer to the fire. It's a cool night.
Hello there.
It's a nice, cool, crisp 6 degrees out here right now. Hello, Bush Bro. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, Raiders. It's so good to see you. How was the stream, Livers? How was the stream? Hey, H-Man Gaming. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, 6, Prairie 6. Dream, bro. It do be cool, Craze. Hello, welcome on in, Starkers. Thanks for checking in, Legend. Appreciate you very much. We've been reading some horror stories. This one's not going too badly right now. I'm sorry to break the immersion, because we were all, I think we're getting pretty invested in this story. It was pretty, it's a hard reader, but it's pretty good. But 6? No, don't. You love this, Bush Bro. Mate, I appreciate seeing you. Welcome on in, Bush Bro. Hope you're doing well, mate. I hope you're doing well. Still having some teething issues with the internet. What's it doing to you, Liv? Is it the ISP? Are they causing issues for you? Do you need to change providers or something, or what? Like, what's the internet doing to you? Hope you can fix everything up. Fire looks tasty. It's been good, mate. We've roasted marshmallows. We've done some toast tonight. All these names on the board are generous donators tonight. We've been toasting to loved ones lost to cancer or still currently battling cancer. So it's been a good night. It's been a really good night. Can we get more marshies? We'll have some more marshies after the stories, Prairies, I reckon. Nah, it wasn't the end of the story. No, not yet, Green Eggs. We're about to get back into it again, bro. Yeah, we've had some drinks tonight, Prairies. We've been getting on the it's the Honeycomb RS Whiskey Liqueur it is right now. Very freshly got NBN installed at our new place, and you're still DCing from games? Have you tried doing the, still getting DC'd from games? Is it your DNS? Have you tried setting your default DNSs on your computer to like Cloudflare and Google DNSs? Could that be causing your issues at all, or I don't understand what else could be doing it. How many pages are you now? I think I'm probably about 3 pages into it. I think this is a story that Green Egg selected from the from all the titles that we read out. Hope you're doing well too, Freds. It's good to see you, mate. I was wondering if she needs to check the port forwarding. I don't think the port forwarding would cause DC issues like that. You can do the port forwarding, but I mean, you could try it. You could try. I think the DNS stuff. Try the DNS stuff first. Try setting your Cloudflare and your Googles as your defaults. And then you could try the port forwarding as a last resort. It's a good option, I suppose. Do the DNS stuff first. Because that's so annoying getting disconnected from games all the time. Does it disconnect your whole computer, or is it just disconnect from the games? It's so weird. I don't know why it would be doing that. Port forwarding, Starkers is right, port forwarding might help. You don't have no idea what that means. We'll have to get into the DNS discussions. I had to do it a while back as well. I was having issues with Telstra though. I have to move away from Telstra. DNS good comm. Absolutely, I think it was a good call. I was disconnecting from streams, and because Twitch chat connects to Twitch via a different freaking thingamajig. Oh my god. Wow, thank you so much for the generous donation, H-Man Gaming. I appreciate that, you legend. Let me know, mate. Let me know if there's anybody, loved one, lost to cancer, or still battling cancer that you'd like to toast to, mate. I appreciate that very generous donation. Disconnects you from the game. You're a Telstra too. Maybe that's it. Maybe, I was having heaps of internet issues with Telstra just being very unreliable, but then I changed to Superloop, and it's been very reliable since. It's been good for me. I'll try your DNS stuff first and see if that works for you. Otherwise, try your port forwarding for the specific game servers, might help as well. Otherwise, you might be up shit creek, mate. You might have to change. You might have to, maybe there's some logging or something in the background we can check out. Maybe on your router that could be causing an issue, perhaps. I'd say it sounds like a DNS issue, though. I reckon. Telstra's kind of dog. Yeah, Telstra's. Yeah, it wasn't good for me. Wasn't good for me. I was with Telstra. I was crashing streams all the time, disconnecting from the internet just randomly, and I've got a dedicated cable, Cat5e cable that runs from my house router through conduits into my games room in the shed. You know, it's a line, and Cat5e cables can go for 100 meters before they start losing their efficiency. I'm pretty sure, or at least 60 meters, and this is only 26 meters or something, and I was getting disconnected all the time. So I changed it up, went to Superloop, haven't had an issue since. This is fiber to the premises NBN though as well. So I'm not sure what kind of NBN you're running, whether it's fiber to the premises or what. Hey, Crazed! Thank you so much for the generous donation, friend. I really appreciate that. Telstra Big L Bulgy. A little controversial, but you've been tempted to look at Starlink. I think Starlink would be alright, I guess. Maybe a little bit more on the pricier side. I think the MS would still be good for gaming. The ping might be still alright for gaming. I haven't tried it for gaming though myself, unless you've got some reviews out there from other gamers using Starlink for gaming. Might be a bit on the pricier side. I think you'd be able to go with some cheaper plans, unless you need that. Unless you're with NBN fixed wireless, then that could be why you're having issues as well. If it's a cabled fiber connection, then you shouldn't really be having too many issues. Your nan had breast cancer. It's been dealt with. So had breast cancer. Do you want me to toast to your nan, legend? Do you want me to toast to your nan? Surviving breast cancer, mate. Big dubs. Aussie broadband. Also meant to be good. Telstra a bit shit all around, says Wayne. Can agree. Never had a problem with Aussie. Cat5e, 100 meters. Yeah, thanks, Red. Spot on. To my uncle. We lost. Oh, I'm sorry, Craze. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Absolutely. I'll do some toast, mate. I'll do some toast now so I can catch up, and I'll make sure I'm not losing you guys. Because you guys are popping off, and thank you so much for the mega raid. I'm gonna pop this book down. I'm sorry, Green Eggs. We'll jump back into this very, very soon, brother. And this story, it's hard reading. It's testing my intellectual brain. But I'm enjoying it, mate. I'm enjoying it. So let me get some toast squared away here. I've got to catch up to where I was. What do you got? Appreciate it, Hells. You woke up early at 5 this morning? That's insane, isn't it? That's insane. Alright, let me just go back up here. Here we go. We can toast to H-Man's, Gaming's, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely huge, mate. Let me get my my bottle of liqueur here. Alright, we'll just pretend it's a bottle of scotch, okay? Put some more in my glass here. Alright. Here's to H-Man Gaming's Nan, who survived breast cancer. Absolute W's, mate. Huge W's, and I'm glad that she's still with us today, mate. Absolute superstar. Thank you very much for your generous donation. Here's to your Nan. And we've got Crazed as well, coming in with a very generous donation as well. Thank you, Crazed. And I'll put both you legends on the board as well. Crazed, you absolute superstar. I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry to hear that you lost your uncle to cancer last year. I feel for you, bro. Here's to your uncle, mate. Forever loved and forever remembered as well. Cancer fucking sucks, dude. Cancer sucks. Your parents just got Starlink, and Dad has been singing all his praises for Starlink. We'll get some stats up here in the chat. W Grams, W. Cheers to your uncle, and love you too, mate. Love you, Crazed. Still not sure how Starlink would work if you're streaming outside. Well, apparently you can take it anywhere with you. Take it anywhere with you and connect to the internet. Which is pretty, if you get that, maybe you have to have a specific type of connection for it, but it's just like a satellite dish. You can take it anywhere and drop it on the ground and have internet. It's pretty cool. Sounds pretty cool. Thank you, Crazed. Thank you, Crazed. And thank you for staying strong, brother, as well. I'm glad you're able to sleep in a bit today. You can barely sleep it in since you work early in the morning, Grand Eggs. We'll get straight to it soon, Grand Eggs. You absolute legend. It's popping off, mate. I'm loving it. I'm loving the the stream beside the fire. We've managed to get the doggo. The doggo's out here with us. You can't really see her on the beanbag. She loves her beanbag, so she loves it. You're off to bed, Wayne. Mate, can we get some tucks in chat for Wayne? Oh, please. You guys have probably already done it, but thank you. Thank you very much, Wayne, for hanging out tonight. You only sleep in when you're not feeling well, but I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the tucks. Thanks for the hugs. Prairie's your legend. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. No, love you, Craze. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you for being such a freaking kind person. Thank you so much for being an absolute superstar. You're a legend. Rally Bell, thank you so much for the follow, mate. Welcome on in. We'd hug you, man. Don't have anything to hug you with. Virtual hugs, mate. All the way. Virtual hugs. This bot's off again. The percentage is 100%. I feel it's 100%. I just know it. I just know it. Unless you're exhausted, can sleep in. Otherwise, nah, no worries at all. No worries. Ring-a-ding-ding. Appreciate your set. No, not at all, my friend. Not at all. Oh, thank you very much. You absolute superstar. And Liv too. Liv and anybody that's come over with Liv's stream. If you do have to raid and fade, and that means all of you as well. If you do have to raid and fade and get your post-stream care, look after yourselves. You've had an absolute blast of a stream. I don't even know what you were playing tonight, Liv. Don't even know what you were playing, legend. You going to bed, Freds, are you? Good night, mate. We get some tucks in chat for Freds as well. Can't go wrong following Dreambo. I like this format tonight. I like it. I'm partial to the fire, and sitting out here with some cozy music, hanging out with a bunch of legends, a bunch of superstars. Appreciate you. You're playing. Wait, you're playing DBD. Of course, you're playing DBD, mate. I hope the games were good tonight. I hope the games were. I hope you won. I hope you managed to hatch out or like escape the gates and not get tunneled from, unless you were doing killer games tonight, unless you were being a killer. But I hope the games were absolutely awesome, Liv. You superstar. And if you do have to have some EPs now, mate, if you've had a ginormous stream, which I bet you have, feel free to get some post-stream care. I appreciate you. Thank you for choosing me as your raid target tonight as well. I'm gonna put some legends on the board here right now. I'm gonna put some legends on the board. We've got H-Man Gaming. I got Crazed on the board as well. Absolute phenomenal effort, guys. Thank you very much for your generous donations. I really appreciate those. You're listening while working on something right now? No worries, Prairies. You absolute legend. I appreciate you being here, mate. I do. Other than the DCs, it was really fun. How many times did DC tonight? Is a great voice for body doubling with? Wait, what? Great voice for body doubling with? I was quite afraid actually that my mic wasn't going to be very good quality out here tonight. I was like, man, there's going to be some kind of breeze and it's going to be going all night or something, or the fire was going to be too noisy, but the wood's burning nicely and I'm a happy camper. Oh, you're good to listen to while you do other stuff, mate. I appreciate that. Voice sounds crispy. Has stream even started yet? Yeah, Linky, it started, mate. We've been reading horror stories. We just got raided. So I thought we'd take a breather and say hello. Agree. First time you heard this guy's voice, everything. Everywhere. Prairies, you're too kind. Does save me majorly on your first time back doing content. What, Calf? Did you stream and I didn't see it, mate? I was absolutely flat out. If it was today, I was freaking balls to the walls, mate, out with the kids. That's body doubling. I've learned something today, Bush Bro. I've learned something today. I feel like it's more better outside than inside, Taz. You gonna come join me at the fire, mate? The sound quality is perfect. Mate, I was afraid that the music was gonna be too loud. And the neighbors were gonna be like, hey, shut the hell up. What are you doing over there? But I haven't heard diddly squat, so obviously we're not making too much noise over here. It's been good. It's been good. And you guys, being absolute legends tonight as well. So thank you all so much for being here and hanging out with me. I was really quite nervous today, actually. I was, this was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I was a bit lax on the socials, although I spam posted it, toward the end, but I was afraid that it wasn't going to gain any traction because I was so late to the party. But I had to choose tonight, on the weekend because we had some pretty good weather. Some pretty good weather roll through, so I was like, I've got to take advantage of this good weather. We've got to get out there and do this. Our friends have told me I have a soothing voice to listen to. Really, Bell? We like a soothing voice to listen to. Bush Bro wasn't there either. Bush Bro was freaking flat out, I bet ya. Bush Bro's always got something going on. Bush Bro's a busy, hot lady, okay? With lots of things to do. Your tummy, and Bush Bro too, you need to calm your cock down, alright? Okay, you need to calm that down. You're catching up to me, mate. And every time I think that I'm getting ahead, you're just right behind me. Like a train. Coming up right behind me with that cock. You needed to calm that down. Oh my God. Oh, she was asleep. Bush Bro was asleep. Non-Aussies for you. Love my Aussie accent. I've heard that the Aussie accent does things to people. Can we get a wallaloo? A wallaloo. I don't know if I can do that for you. Wallaloo. Now we want we're gonna finish this story off. We're gonna finish this story off, and then we can do some more marshmallows. We do some more marshmallows. You been lurking? Keep up the awesome work. I appreciate you, mate. Lots of love. The neighbors definitely won't come over now. No, they won't. I've just converted them all. They're like, fuck yeah, I'll go and chop some wood now. I'll go and chop some wood. I'll go and kill some livestock and collect some meat. Farm some berries. Your cock froze last night. That's why I'm so far ahead. That's why I'm so far ahead right now. I wondered what was happening there, Bush Bro. I was like, man, I'm getting some fucking ground here. I'm getting some ground here. Thanks for reminding me. Start your cock up, bro. Unfreeze that shit. I'm gonna keep reading this story. You missed something, Prairies? Nah, bro. I don't think you've missed anything. We're just training cocks. It's all good. It's all good. Nothing to see here, mate. I didn't even post anywhere that you were doing content. Calf, you fucking bloody got the better of me, mate. I'm disappointed that I didn't get to come and hang out with you. Were you camming? Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Almost lost me board. Damn sure, dude. You unfroze that sucker? Alright, well. Let me just catch up to where I was in the book here. And then we're gonna keep on reading, you guys. You're all absolute superstars, though. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out with me. You still have stuff on my scrappy too. It's been a hot minute since I've jumped on Arc Raiders, to be honest with you. I jumped on Arc Raiders with Dusko, I think last Sunday, which would be your Saturday at some point of the day. And then we promptly moved over to Warzone, Call of Duty. When we had a blast over there. I don't know, it's been a hot minute since I've jumped into Arc Raiders. You been doing it again today, Calf? Mate, I better see a post or something, bro. Still sad I missed your first stream back. Bro, you better be posting up so I can see. I mean, I've followed you on frickin' Twitch, so I just suppose I better keep my eyes peeled for that, hey? I think I've already read that page, hey? Here we go. Yep. We've found our spot. Green Eggs, if you're still here, legend, we're about to start up the story again, mate. So I do apologize for the big delay. We can change that, Dreamboat. Let's play sometime. I'm jumping on with Dusko tomorrow night. I'm not sure what you're doing. But if you're around, mate, I'll ping you in the Discord or something, and if you're around. You're still here? No, bro, I love you, Green Eggs. Thank you, mate. Because I know the cat will bonk me if I don't. Alright. I'm gonna, we've got one page, 2 page, 3 page, 3 and a little bit page left of this book. 3 and a little bit left. Dream Bro never wants to play Warzone with me no more. Nah, bro, I'll invite you next time. Love you too. Def, ping me. You will jump on, mate. Bush Bro will be sleeping and she'll hear the beep 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 from Dream Bro Messenger on Discord or something like that. Be like, fucking up you get, soldier. Up and at him on the Arc Raiders. I keep saying that I don't have any gear to play Arc Raiders with, but I fucking me stash is pretty full, so I think I've got gear, but I'll just have to stop being slack. You'll turn on your alerts. Don't even stress. I think it'll be. I gotta put all this crap back inside my stream room tomorrow, and I wanted to try and set it up in such a way where I can pull it all out easily again to do something like this again, so I can just like rip it all out easily and not have to untangle cords and worry about what goes where or whatever. Like if I know what I've brought out here right now, then I can just like kind of yank it all out and set it up the way I've got it, and then I can just put it all back again like easily. So I kind of wanted to spend tomorrow doing that, but if I dedicate a bit of time to gaming, then so be it. But you've got to get yourself Warzone, Bush Bro, as well. No, I'm not leaving it out overnight, Taz. I'm definitely, when I finish stream, I'm going to be putting it all back in. What time we finish stream tonight would be questionable, but I'm feeling like I want to get to the other book. I want to read at least a couple of stories out of the other book as well. So I don't know, maybe 1 o'clock perhaps. Maybe we'll see how we're going. We'll see how we're going for time. But I am about to resume our next story of the night, you good people. So strap on in and listen to this. The incident by the haunted mill had been put out of my head by the case I had been called upon to attend. But as I mounted my mare, the groom who had brought her round from the stable said it'd be a bad night for riding. The kind of night where dead things come out of their graves. I laughed and replied, Tom lad, I'm surprised to hear you talk such rubbish. I thought that you had more sense than that. Well, I tell you, ear doctor, if I had to ride to Brinton tonight, I'd go by the cliffs and chance being drowned, rather than pass yon old mill. These words for a moment unnerved me, and honestly I confess that I resolved to go by the cliffs, dangerous as the road was in the dark. Nevertheless, I laughed at Tom's fears and ridiculed him, though when I left the squire's grounds, I turned the mare toward the cliffs. In a few minutes, I was ridiculing myself. John Patmore Lindsay, I mentally exclaimed, you are a fool. All your life you have been ridiculing stories of the supernatural, and now, at your time of life, are you going to allow yourself to be frightened by a bogey? Shame on you. I bucked up, grew bold, and thereupon altered my course, and got into the high road again. There had been a slight improvement in the weather. It had ceased to rain, but the wind had settled down to a steady gale, and screeched and screamed over the moorland, with a demoniacal fury. The darkness, however, was not so intense as it was, and a star here and there were visible through the torn clouds. But it was an eerie sort of night, and I was strangely impressed with a sense of my loneliness. It was absolutely unusual for me to feel like this, and I suggested to myself that my nerves were a little unstrung by overwork and the anxiety the squire's illness had caused me. And so I rode on, bowing my head to the storm. While the mare stepped out well, I anticipated that in little more than half an hour I should be snug in bed. As we got abreast the haunted mill, the mare once more gibbed, and all but threw me, and again I was struck in the face by the cold, clammy something. I have generally prided myself on being a bold man, but my boldness has evaporated now, and I almost think my hair rose on end as I observed the illuminated corpse that was lying in the roadway again. But now it appeared to be surrounded by a lake of blood. It was the most horrible, weird, marrow-curdling sight that human eyes looked upon. I tried to urge Princess forward, but she was so stricken with terror and wheeling right around, was setting off toward High Lee again. But once more I was struck in the face by the invisible something, and its coldness and clamminess made me shudder, while there in front of me lay the corpse in the pool of blood. The mare reared and plunged, but I got her head round, determining to make a wild gallop for Brenton and leave the horrors of the haunted mill behind. The corpse again was in front of us, and shrank back, almost appalled, as something once more touched my face. I cannot hope to describe what my feelings were at this supreme moment. I don't believe anything human could have daunted me, but I was confronted by a supernatural mystery that not only terrified me, but the mare I was riding. Whichever way I turned, that awful, ghastly object confronted me, and the blow in the face was repeated again and again. How long I endured the unutterable horrors of the situation, I really don't know. Possibly the time was measured by brief minutes. It seemed to me hours. At last my presence of mind returned. I dismounted and reasoned with myself that whatever the apparition was, it had some import. I soothed the mare by patting her neck and talking to her, and I determined then to try and find a solution to the mystery. But now a more wonderful thing happened. The corpse, which was still made visible by the unearthly light, rose straight up, and as it did, the blood seemed to flow away from it in great gurgling streams. For I solemnly declare that I distinctly heard gurgling sounds. The figure glided past me, and a sense of extraordinary coldness made me shiver. Slowly and gracefully, the shining corpse glided up the rotting steps of the old mill and disappeared through the doorway. No sooner had it gone than the mill itself seemed to glow with a phosphorescent light and to become transparent, and I beheld a sight that took my breath away. I am so disposed to think that for some moments my brain became so numbed and that insensibility ensued, for I am conscious of a blank. When the power of thought returned, I was still holding the bridle of the mare, and she was cropping the grass at her feet. The mill loomed blackly against the night sky. It had resumed its normal appearance again. The wind shrieked about. The ragged scud raced through the heavens, and the air was filled with the sound of raging wind. At first, I was inclined to doubt the evidence of my own senses. I tried to reason myself into a belief that my imagination had played me a trick, but it didn't succeed. Although the mystery was too profound for my fathoming, so I mourned the mare, urged her to her fastest pace, galloped into Brinton, and entered my house with a feeling of intense relief. Thoroughly exhausted by the prolonged physical and mental strain I had endured, I speedily sank into a deep thought, troubled slumber as I got into bed. I was unusually late in rising the next day. I found that I had no appetite for breakfast. Indeed, I felt ill and out of sorts and thought I bruised myself with professional duties. I was haunted by the strange incidents of the preceding night. Never before in the whole of my career have I been so impressed, so unnerved, so dispirited. I wanted to believe that I was still as skeptical as ever, but it was no use. What I had seen might have been unearthly, but had I seen it, it was no use trying to argue myself out of that fact. The result was, in the course of the afternoon, I called on my old friend, Mr. Goodyear, who was the chief of the county constabulary. He was a strong-minded man, and, like myself, a hardened skeptic about all things that smacked the supernatural. "Goodyear," I said, "I'm out of sorts, and want you to humour a strange fancy I have. Bring one of your best men, and come to me, to the haunted mill. But first let me extract from you a pledge of honour that if our journey should result in nothing, you will keep the matter secret, as I am very sensitive to ridicule." He looked at me in amazement, and then he burst into a hearty laugh, exclaimed, "I say, my old friend, you are overworking yourself. It's time you got a locum tenens and took a holiday." I told him that I agreed with him. Nevertheless, I begged him to humour me and accompany me to the mill. At last, he reluctantly consented to do so. An hour later, we drove out of the town in my old dog cart. There were 4 of us. I took Peter, my groom, with me. We had provided ourselves with lanterns, but Goodyear's men and Peter knew nothing of the object of our journey. When we got abreast of the mill, I drew up, giving the reins to Peter. I alighted, and Goodyear did the same. Taking him on one side, I said, "I had a vision, and unless I am a victim of incipient madness, we shall find a dead body in the mill." The light of the dog cart was shining full on his face, and I saw the expression of alarm that my words brought. "Look here, old chap," he said in a cheery, kindly way, as he put his arm through mine. "You are not going into that mill, but straight home again. Come now, get into the car, and don't let's have any more of this nonsense." I felt disposed to yield to him, and had actually placed my foot on the step to mount, when I staggered back and exclaimed, "My God, am I going mad, or is this reality?" Once again, I had been struck in the face by the cold, clammy something, and I saw Goodyear suddenly clap his hand to his face as he cried out, "Hello! What the deuce is that?" "Aha!" I exclaimed exclusively, for I no longer thought my brain was giving way. "You have felt it too. Well, something cold and nasty struck me in the face. A bat, I expect. Confound 'em. "Bats don't fly at this time of year," I replied. "By Jove, Jehovah, no more than they do." I approached him and said in a low tone, "Goodyear, this is a mystery beyond our solving. I am resolved to go into that mill." He was a brave man, though for a moment or two he hesitated. But on my insisting, he consented to humour me, and so he lit the lantern, and leaving the groom in charge of the horse and trap, I, Goodyear, and his man made our way with difficulty up the rotting steps, which were slimy and sodden with wet. As we entered the mill, an extraordinary sense of desolation and ruin met our gaze as we flashed the light of the lantern about. In places of the floor had broken away, leaving yawning chasms of blackness. From the mouldering rafters, huge festoons of cobwebs hung. The accumulated dust and dampness of years had given them the appearance of cords. And oh, how the wind moaned eerily through the rifts and crannies and broken windows. If ever there was a place on earth where evil spirits might dwell, it was surely that ghoul-haunted mill. The startling aspect of the place impressed us all. Perhaps me more than the other two. We advanced gingerly, but the floor was so rotten we were afraid it would crumble beneath our feet. My companions were a little bewildered, I think, and were evidently at a loss to what we had come there for. But some strange feeling impelled me to seek for something, though if I had been asked to define that something for the life of me, I could never have done it. Forward I went, however, taking the lead, and holding the lantern above my head, so that its rays might fall afar, but they revealed nothing to save the rotting floor and slimy walls. The ladder led to the upper story, and I expressed my intention of mounting it. Goodyear tried to dissuade me, but I was resolute, and led the way. The ladder was so creaky and fragile that it was not safe for more than one to be on it at a time. When I reached the second floor, I drew myself up through the trap, and am absolutely certain I heard a sigh. You may say it was the wind. I swear it was not. The wind was moaning drearily enough, but the sigh was a distinctive note and unmistakable. As I turned the lantern round so that light may sweep every hole and corner of the place, I noticed what seemed to be a sack full of something lying in the corner. I approached and touched it with my foot, and drew back in alarm, but touch and sound told me it contained neither corn nor chaff. I waited until my companions had joined me. Then I said to Goodyear, "Unless I am mistaken, there is something dreadful in that sack." He stooped and placed his hand on the sack, and I saw him start back. In another moment he recovered himself, and whipping out his knife, cut the string which fastened up the mouth of the sack and revealed a human skull with hair and shriveled mummified flesh still adhering to it. "Great heavens!" he exclaimed. "Here is a human body!" We held a hurried conversation and decided to leave the ghastly thing undisturbed until the morrow. So we scuttled down as fast as we could and went home, and did not return to the mill again myself. My part had been played. Investigation made it absolutely certain that the mouldering remains were those poor Charlie Royce, and it was no less absolutely certain that he had been foully murdered. But not only was there a bullet hole in the skull and a bullet inside, but his throat had been cut. It was a murder horrible and damnable. The verdict of the coroner's jury pronounced it murder, but there was no evidence to prove who had done the deed. Circumstances, however, pointed to Charlie's rival, Silas Hartrop. Was it a guilty conscience that drove him to drink? And did the Furies who avenged such deeds impel him on that dark and stormy night in the North Sea to end the torture of his accused earthly life? Who can tell? The sea holds its secrets, and not a scrap of legal evidence could be obtained, but through the law declined the responsibility of fixing the guilt of the dark deed on Silas. Was there a consensus of opinion that he was the guilty party? It was a mystery. The greatest mystery of all, that I, the skeptic, should have been selected by some supernatural power to be the instrument of bringing the foul crime to light. For myself, I attempt no explanation. I have told a true story. let those who can explain it. I admit now that there are more things in heaven and earth that are dreamt of in our philosophy. Loving this so, Bush bro. Thanks for the lurk, mate. Appreciate it very much. You guys can't hear him? What? Who can't hear what? Could you not hear me? Oh, during the ads though? Okay. Wow. What a story. That was a very hard read. It was a very hard read. I love the story, like aspects of it. Of the old mill or whatever, and you know, the way it described, just the words it used, I suppose, during that story. A lot of big brains reading that, but good story. It was an interesting story. It did take a bit. It was very slow to get off the. It was a very slow paced kind of story. All for like I suppose the climax was him going to the other town, seeing the figure on the ground, and then doing his work, going back and seeing it again, and then grabbing his friend and going back there. Like, it did take a bit to get to that point, didn't it? I suppose. Not as fast as that other story, kind of like it's explained everything and then it was over before we knew it, kind of thing. But still though, interesting read, nevertheless. Climax was mid though. It had some very old language, didn't it, Linky Link? Had some very old language. That was you probably heard that it was very tough for me. And some of the I was reading some of it and going like, what is that word supposed to be there? Is that in the right place? Like, it just didn't. A lot of it didn't seem right. But we're through it, and we're gonna start on our other book. We're gonna read out some of. I'm gonna read out some of the titles of the books that I feel may be interesting in this chilling ghost short stories, and then we're gonna see if we can read a couple of these ones as well. Thought it was gonna be like zombies risen from the grave or voodoo black magic cult using the dead, but it was just the ghost of a old kind of murder mystery or something like that. It was. And yeah, what was he doing there? And why was he laying on the? Yeah, why was he laying on the ground? Maybe he just wanted to be discovered, I guess. But what was that? What was that wet thing slapping in the face? Was that just like them trying to get his attention or something? Why did it have to keep slapping his face? Like, he could see the thing on the ground. Wouldn't that pique? And it's near the mill, and it happens when he goes near the mill. Wouldn't that pique your interest enough to want to go back there and check it out? Like, can you not curse us, please? It looks like a ghost writing book from Phasmo or something. No, it's pretty though. It's like foil, got like a foil cover and everything. It's very pretty. I'm gonna see if I can chuck some small burners onto this fire, perhaps, and get it roaring again. Get some more heat coming out of it. Hey, thanks for checking in though, Linky Link. I appreciate that, mate. The wet from the sea part of the... Oh, from the sea part. So it's all connected in some sense then, I suppose. At least you were listening. The mummified bodies, lonely, one's friends. Thanks for having me. No, stress it. No, I'm happy to have you here, mate. Happy to... Absolutely stoked that you guys are here listening to stories and hanging out with me by the fire. And I feel like I need to get closer to the fire. It's getting pretty cold. A frost warning in effect. Frost. The frost is coming in. Oh, come on, Flames. Work with me here. Work with me. I need to get some, feel like friends at the fire. We're all around the campfire right now. I wish you guys were here. Listening to this, I was reading the scary stories, and we're here for realsies having marshmallows and stuff. Hey, you going to bed, Green Eggs? Thanks for hanging out, Yo Silly Superstar. Thanks for being here. Tux in chat for Green Eggs, and Linky Link's already all over it. Thank you very much for the Tux for Green Eggs, and that log's taken off. That log's good. And you guys see how close I am to this fire, yeah? it's still cold. I probably feel like I shouldn't have put the extra pants underneath these pants. I'll put extra tracky dacks underneath these pants. The extra layer, I'm probably not feeling the warmth from the fire as much as I probably could be if I didn't have those on. But heck, you guys are absolute superstars. Thank you very much for being here. Make sure my my fire. Oh god, it's spitting up some bark and stuff. Do you have a good blanket? I've only got what I'm sitting on, HBN Gaming. I've only got what I'm sitting on right now. I probably could put the blanket over the top of me, but I feel like the flames should be doing the heavy lifting here. But thanks for hanging out with Snipe Green Eggs. Love you a long time, mate. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that bit of timber I put on, that was a big brain strat. That was a big brain strat. I'm feeling the warmth. It's flicking things up and stuff. It's cracking away. It's doing good. Yeah, it's got a good blaze going now. All right, so for stories here in this book, here are some of the titles we've got. We've got Stay Away from the Accordion Girl, The Man Who Went Too Far, Audio Tour, The Messenger, Ghost Farm, Mr. Zand and the Ghost, Return of Gunnar Kettleson, Flaming Fuses, The House, the Garden and Occupants, The Signal Man, Victorians, The New Catacomb, Mourners, The Figure on the Sidewalk, The Shadows on the Wall, The Wind in the Rosebush, The Overcoat, The Waiting Room, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, The Monkey's Paw, The Altar of the Dead, Count Magnus. I think the monkey paw sounds pretty interesting. A Figure on the Sidewalk, The Signal Man, Figure on the Sidewalk. You reckon you like the sound of The Signal Man and The Figure on the Sidewalk? Choose too late. You chose monkey. No. I see you there, mate. I see you there. The Signal Man, I reckon maybe as well. Or Figure on the Sidewalk. Maybe we'll check that one out. Figure on the Sidewalk. 144. Damn, Mourners is a short one. Damn, that blaze is really going off top now. Monkey, all of them, Moose Bro, all of them. We'll read Monkey Paw next, hey? How about that? All right, let's, how big is this one? Figure on the sideboard. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to be here all fucking night. This is going to be good. Hopefully, let's see. This looks like it might be easier reading. Link with the big fat LOL. No worries, mate. No worries. Happy to reading stories tonight. Might see if I can get my little bit more light on this book, which is looking pretty good. There's a sneaky light behind the big board here. You're gonna get some EPs, Taz? No worries, mate. No worries. Thanks for being here tonight, mate. Appreciate you very, very much. Go and get some good EPs. It's been a pleasure to have you here tonight for Story Times by the Fire. Gonna have some good EPs. We're about to read The Figure on the Sidewalk. At a small table at the cafe, Theodore ordered some tea and sat across from me, draping his long coat over the chair at his back. He had grown thin and did not look well at all. Not at all. Noting his dull, unhealthy skin and stooped posture, I was discomforted by the awareness that we were the same age. His hair, close cropped, held a great deal of white, and his forehead displayed a deep horizontal furrow that made his face, with its straight nose and long unshaved jaw, resemble a capital T. He looked at me with restless, sunken eyes. It had been difficult, he said. His tea arrived, and as he stirred sugar into it, the spoon circling again and again, long after the swirling movement has lost its efficacy, I waited for him to clarify. Was it the weather that was difficult? His finances? The world at large? But he seemed to have forgotten me, his eyes scanning the corners of the cafe, searching. I felt compelled and curious. What, Theodore? What had been difficult? His gaze settled onto me. I'm being followed. Followed? Explain. I couldn't help executing a look around the cafe myself, but I saw only the usual evening patrons engaged in quiet conversation or computer screen self-hypnosis. Theodore lifted his cup to his lips, his trembling hands spilling the tea down the sides. It's difficult, he repeated, after he had taken a tentative sip, and then, I haven't spoken of this to anyone. I smiled, hoping to lessen his obvious difficulty. Well, I've known you longer than anyone, Theodore, so speak to me. Very well, he said, as he guided his cup into the saucer. Thank you very much to the Tux in chat for Taz, bro. We appreciate that. Need to get warmies too? Your fire making me jelly? Come sit around the fire, Taz. It'd be a pleasure to have you here, mate. It's starting to warm up now. It's good, actually. It's really good. I feel my leg. It's nice and toasty. I'm sure you know that little coffee place over on 21st Street in Midtown, he began. It's not unlike this establishment, but a bit scruffier and without table service. The room has 2 wings, an L shape with the counter at the crux. A few sofas are mixed in with the tables and chairs. While a bit shabby, it is a calm, comfortable venue to pass some time, especially in the evening. Because of the shape of the room, however, you can't see the entire space from a given spot. So you might miss a friend, or an enemy, I suppose, if you were sitting in one of the wings, he said in the other. Of course, this means you can hide a bit, which is nice, and such small mysteries actually lend a bit of charm to the place. One September evening, about a month ago, they were reviewing a manuscript sitting in a quiet corner. The editing dominated my attention, and I was oblivious to the comings and goings around me. Just before 10 o'clock, I roused myself, packed up my satchel, and prepared to walk home. I moved to the door and stepped outside. It was a dull night, with some overcast clouds obscuring the stars. As I was leaving the coffee house, I had the impression that another patron was also stirring, rising, and approaching the doorway. It was just a vague notion, untargeted. I don't recall actually seeing a person. And as I felt the door swing shut behind me, I was alone. I began to walk south on 21st Street, toward Broadway, through that residential stretch of small, close houses and squat apartments. Despite the structures of urban habitation that surrounded me, a desolation seemed to rise from the street. No cars drove past me. No people sat on stoops or balconies. Only a few steps took me into the quiet and dark, leaving the light and society of the coffee house behind me. The streets seemed deserted. The streetlights unaccountably dim. As you know, my own apartment is on 2nd Avenue, on the other side of the expressway from Midtown, and 21st Street leads to an underpass underneath the 6 lanes of raised asphalt that bisect our city. That September night was warm, a suggestive humidity in the air. I allowed my thoughts to ramble unfocused. I walked on the sidewalk, past the little porches of homies beneath the crooked branches of old trees. Behind the homes beneath crooked branches of old trees. After a few blocks, I felt a small but insistent sensation of foreboding. I found myself listening intently, and I heard something behind me. Not footsteps, rather the more subtle sounds of someone walking. A twig underfoot leaves me resettling after leg swings pass. The almost indecipherable noise of clothing shifting as its wearer moves closer, the whispers of a being passing through space. I stopped, turned, and looked back. There were maybe 2 blocks, perhaps 100 yards behind me on the sidewalk in the shadows. There was a figure moving toward me with a slow and steady gait. Because of the darkness and distance, I could not make out much detail. I had the impression of an overcoat, something excessive given the warmth of the evening, concealing a figure from the shoulder to the lower leg, and a cap or a mound of thick hair on the head. The face was invisible to me. The man, or it must have been a man, surely was walking down the sidewalk in the late evening, the same as me, behind me. As I turned back and continued my walk, I dismayed the figure from my mind, or tried to, without success. Something about the situation alarmed me. To my annoyance, the presence of this walker behind me invaded and soon dominated my otherwise commonplace, undirected thoughts. I could not help anticipating if he was walking at a faster pace than me, he would soon come up behind me, a notion that unaccountably disturbed me. If he walked at the same pace, something I thought he might be intentionally doing, he would go on tracking my path, a notion no less disturbing. After crossing another silent street, I turned and looked back again. The figure was still behind me, slightly closer, perhaps a block and a half away. A block and a half. I stood and stared, still unable to make out any details. As I looked at him, though his movements took on an abnormal aspect, without the familiar side-to-side shuffling of a normal purposeful stride. Indeed, I remember thinking it was as if he was floating toward me, slowly. And the hydrate, thank you. You would make way more mistakes reading this. I'm trying my best to read it slowly and clearly for you guys. Oh, water's nice and cold. It's 4 degrees now. I had no plan or intention, and considered the awkwardness of the situation. Should I wait for him to reproach me? Should I address him? What would I say? Then the figure also stopped, abruptly, still well behind me. I could see the shoulders outlined against the half-light of the houses behind. The head seemed to move in such a way to convey the impression that he was looking at me, waiting for me to act. I was frightened, and I did not know why. Moments passed, both of us standing there. I turned away and quickly continued south. I found myself drawn into an internal debate. My concern, my fear was absurd. This was nothing more sinister than another pedestrian walking through the streets of Midtown at 10 in the evening. Hardly cause for alarm. Why did I feel certain that he was tracking me? My heart felt beating rapidly, and my pace quickened to almost a run. I found myself dreading the underpass, that stretch of road that resembled a long concrete tunnel at the next intersection, S Street, I think it was. I abruptly turned left and further quickened my pace. Soon I was on 22nd Street, paralleling my earlier path. I did not look back. Of course, I eventually had to return to 21st Street and the underpass. There was no reasonable alternative to get across town to 2nd Avenue. The fear in my chest settled into a feeling of dread. I found myself slowing...
Hello there.
Hey Llama, how you going, mate? Welcome on in. I found myself slowing down, creeping forward like a spy. Eventually, I slipped back to 21st Street, moving from shadow to shadow with stealth. I looked both ways, standing on the corner, perspiring. The street was empty and silent. The figure was gone or hiding. I wiped my slick forehead with my sleeve, hitched up the shoulder strap on my satchel, and stepped quickly toward the underpass. The drone of traffic, always present, flowed down from the roadway above. Though vaguely reassuring, the noise surely masked the sound of anyone following me. I walked through the tunnel, my ears attuned, my breath short. I was determined not to break into a run, and kept my gaze forward. Finally, I emerged and turned down 2nd Avenue, passing the city cemetery. I resisted the temptation to look anywhere except straight ahead. A feeling of foolishness slowly replaced the dread. Still, I had my key ready long before I approached the door to my building. I did not pause until I was in my apartment behind a bolted door. I sighed and almost fell into a chair, relieved, but also quite confused. I thought no more of this singular incident for several days. Naturally, I hoped to forget the entire affair, but maybe 4 days later, I had another experience that disturbed me a great deal. I was at home, and it was late. I had just completed a phone conversation with my daughter. We were discussing the possibility of my coming for a visit. It thrilled me, in a small but uplifting way, to have my daughter supporting me, helping convince my ex-wife that I might join them for a few days. You cannot imagine the comfort I get from any indication that I am valued by my only child. In the grip of this warm feeling, I stepped to the window, looking over 2nd Avenue. My window faces north from 3 floors up, and in the autumn, after the leaves had fallen from the sycamore trees, I could see the traffic below and the asphalt, the parking lot across the street that accompanies the hideous box-like grey building on the corner of Riverside Drive. I stood there, my eyes following the red and white lights of the cars driving down the avenue, my mind contemplating the prospect of a good night's sleep, when I saw someone standing on the sidewalk near the entrance of my building. Hope you're doing well, Llama, and thanks for the hugs. Thanks for the hugs, Kath. I appreciate that, mate. Nice, warm, cozy hugs tonight. With a shudder, I recognized the figure, same as the individual who had followed me from the coffee house on that night not long before. Even though I was looking down, and even with the distance between us, I had no doubt that it was the same person. He wore the same overcoat. He had the same shape. The cap on his head seemed to shadow his eyes, and as before, I could see no detail of his face. This time, he was not moving. Rather, he was standing stock still, immobile, next to several new racks, not far from the curb. As cars passed, their headlights moved across and up his body, then fell away. There was a disturbing rigidity to his stance and an accompanying determination. He was facing my building, and to my extreme discomfort, the angle of his neck and posture of his shadow made it certain, in my mind at least, that he was looking directly at my window, and he was watching me as I watched him. I felt a flutter in my chest and a rising terror. My mind groped for an explanation. I could think of no reason why this person was here, or what purpose he could possibly have. I stepped back, retreating from the window, out of his range of vision. I turned off the only lamp in the room and felt the darkness around me. A wave of nausea passed over me. I drank some water from the kitchen sink. Slowly, I moved to the window, holding my breath, and looked out. The figure was still there. His posture and pose had not changed at all. Even in the dark of my apartment, I knew with an unreasonable certainty that he could see me. I backed up again, out of his line of sight. The idea of sleep now was inconceivable. My thoughts raced incoherently, and my head throbbed. Some moments passed while I stood there, time slipping away, before I had the courage to approach the window once more. This time, when I peered down, the figure was gone. I felt a shock, and I was suddenly more afraid of his absence than his presence. With a dismal suddenness, my mind seized upon the idea that he was coming for me, and that he had entered the building and was walking, floating up the steps. I could picture him rising with an inevitable persistent stealth up the central stairway. I rushed to the door and checked the locks and the bolt. I peered out through the wide-angled peephole. I could see little except the wall across the hallway from my door. I listened hard for the sound of him creeping down the hall, not sure I'd be able to hear his approach. I held my breath, afraid to make a sound. Of course nothing happened, except that I stood there at my door waiting for a very long time. For a week, I avoided going out at night. I drew all the blinds, kept my windows shut tight. I ate little, I slept little. I think I suffered some illness as well, for I felt lethargic, feverish, and slightly dizzy. Any contemplated trip to see my daughter had to be put off. Gradually, the state of my anxiety lessened a little, especially in the daylight hours. I tried to forget. I told myself that my fears were nonsensical. No one cared what I did. No one would bother to watch me, to follow me. I told myself there was nothing sinister about a man standing on the sidewalk for a few minutes. Nothing sinister about a man walking through Midtown on a September evening. I told myself that it was entirely possible that I had imagined all of it. One night, annoyed at myself for my lack of fortitude, I went to a film at the Midtown Art House Theatre. For an hour or two, the film succeeded in helping me escape from the prison of my own disturbed thoughts. I was calm when I left the theatre and began the walk home. Once I had left, the reassuring brightness of the lobby, with its colourful posters and milling patrons, however, I felt the level of my anxiety begin to rise. My chest felt constricted. I could not seem to take a full breath. I began to listen intently, my vigilance rising with my pulse. October had come, and with the new month, colder nights. The sky was clear, without a moon, and the lights of the stars was inconsequential. Telephones wide dissected the urban sky. The street lights revealed small patches of order amid the clusters of shadow. I made my way over toward 21st, leaving the activity of the theatre far behind. I found myself on a dark, quiet street lined with small bungalow houses. Trees rose up, their branches cloaking the dull rays cast by the streetlights. I felt a sudden, forlorn, acute loneliness. No cars passed, and the silence around me made me feel deserted. As if the houses around me were facades, empty of inhabitants. As if this part of the city had been abandoned, deprived of any human touch. No one lived here. No one slept here. No one walked here. Except for me, and of course, the other. For I felt him behind me. I had not seen him or heard him, but I knew he was there, walking slowly, following, watching me. I did not turn, nor did I stop. I willed myself to continue, my pace unchanged. I lowered my head, made myself small and self-contained. I was a few blocks from 21st, where I would have had to turn and walk through the underpass beneath the concrete. Suddenly, I was captured by a stark, clear realization. I knew I could not make it through the tunnel beneath the expressway. The acknowledgement of this certainty paralyzed me. My determination disappeared and I stopped walking. A moment passed, and unable now to resist the temptation, I turned to look behind me. He stood there, in the shadows on the sidewalk, about 25 yards away. He was closer than he'd ever been, and I felt my heart roll in my chest. I could see that the overcoat was frayed and old, too large for the body beneath it. The sleeves almost covered his hands, exposing only the tips of his fingers thin and filthy. His black cap had a short bill cast shadow over his face. Hair long and black lay on his shoulders, framing the space where his face should be. but I could see no expression, no features, only a vague darkness. He stood still, but I could tell that he had stopped short, pulling up as I halted. He swayed slightly, the motion of one who had ceased walking unexpectedly, and intends only to continue after the reason for the interruption had passed. The silence settled around us, the moment cloaked in anticipation. He looked at me. I looked at him. The thoughts in my mind seemed to drain away without replacement. We stood there, in the night, on the sidewalk, both of us waiting. I was controlled by a single commanding notion. I would not go on. I would not continue. Not if it meant his lurking presence would follow, intent on some purpose hidden to me. I was terribly frightened and confused, but I clung to this single directive. I don't know how long we stood there, myself and the figure on the sidewalk, but it seemed like a long time. The moment was broken when the figure moved. He took a single step toward me. His posture remained the same. His shadow countenance did not change. My surprise translated into action. I took a step also, but not in the direction I had been going, for I could not go in. Instead, I took a step toward the pursuer. A movement that surprised me. I detected a mirroring surprise in the figure, and in my near paralytic terror, I felt strange and an unanticipated surge of relief. Boldly, I took a second step. I do, Linky Link. I'm getting shivers, mate. Hey, Dargans, how you going, mate? Welcome on in. Oh, I'm feeling... I felt really uneasy reading that. I was trying to avoid the freaking looking around me, mate. The figure moved and swayed as if he was experiencing an involuntary shudder. Then, he turned around, his back to me, and began to retreat. His pace was measured, unhurried, but he was fleeing from me. I felt feverish, a rising flush that made my face and neck burn. I began to follow him. He was only 20 yards or so in front of me. I stared at the broad, soft back of the coat, my pace the same as his. I had no purpose, no intent. I only knew that I had broken the spell, that he was no longer behind me, no longer watching me, no longer following me. Instead, I had become the shadowed figure following him. We continued down the sidewalk, moving beneath the branches of the trees and overhead wires illuminated by the weak street lights and the partial light from the houses. The figure in front of me began to accelerate, moving in the same odd floating motion, and the distance between us increased. I grew afraid now that he would elude me and disappear. I hurried in response. He approached the next intersection and turned right. He had gained enough distance in an almost magical way that I lost sight of him as he moved past a cluster of birch trees and the corner garage attached to a small house. I continued to the corner and turned to follow. The sidewalk before me and the street were empty. My pursuer, who I was now pursuing, had disappeared. He must be hiding, I thought, behind some fence or shrub. Perhaps he was crouched behind me, behind one of the parked cars, or lurking behind a tree. He will fall upon me, I thought, and all will be lost. This sudden new terror deprived me of my strength. My legs began to crumble. I felt abandoned and alone. My vision failed. The world became cloudy and black. It was as if my heart had ceased to beat. "Why are you following me?" came a cold, distant voice from nearby. For the briefest of moments, I had the odd notion that it might be my own voice speaking involuntary, but no. The accusatory question came from a figure standing in the shadow of a small patch of lawn only a few feet away. I remember a broken tree, a crumbling wall of stucco. I became horribly afraid that he would touch me. "What do you want?" The voice became louder this time, angrier, slicing through the fog that was enveloping my mind, uttering a question that should have been mine to ask. I tried to speak in response, but could not. I think I made some noise, an unintelligible grunting. It was outrageous. He had been following me, not I him. I think I collapsed. At least, I descended to one knee. Something moved past me as I swooned. I caught a musty scent of ashes. I placed my hand on the cold concrete and felt nausea rise in my stomach. I cowered there, trying to steady myself. Slowly, my mind cleared. My equilibrium returned. I rose and looked about. A dark and desolate street, an empty sidewalk buckled and cracked by the roots of the old trees rising up into the night sky. The squat, bare houses with their dark, lifeless windows and indifferent facades around me. Somehow I managed my way home. Theodore took a final sip of tea, which must have gone quite cold. He looked around the cafe. His eyes were bright with fear. I watched him, slow to speak. I'm not sure I understand, I ventured finally. Theodore seemed to have again forgotten I was there. The cafe had grown quiet. The hour was late. After a moment, Theodore said quickly, I must go. Maybe I can slip away before he can trace me. He rose, lifting his coat from the chair, slipping his arms into the sleeves. I noted, with some surprise, how frayed and large the overcoat was. I clasped around him. He was away, and through the door before I could articulate the farewell, leaving me with an uncomfortable feeling and cold, half-empty cup of coffee. Not long after, plagued by discerning thoughts, I rose and left the cafe. As I walked through the door into the night, I heard the distinct impression that someone else was rising from a table and moving behind me toward the exit. That's pretty cool. That was a pretty cool ending. The books I read, they would have wanted them to touch them. That's right, Dargans, that's right. Shit. It's crazy setup though, you like it? You're pretty cool. Cat, welcome on in, legend. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. I liked reading that one. That felt good to read. But also, what an ending on that one. Turns out the guy he was talking to was the guy he stood up, had the frayed overcoat like the other guy that he was being followed by, and then the same kind of, it's like he passed the curse on or something like that almost. And then the other guy's gonna get followed home now. That was pretty cool. I was getting shivers during that, Cat. I was getting shivers while he was walking home. It grew on me at first. You didn't like it, but yeah, it built the tension well. I feel Linky Link. It did build a bit of tension. I liked the fact that I would have liked a little bit more of a climax in there. I suppose I would have liked a bit more of like he grew closer in the tunnel or something like that. Maybe in the concrete tunnel, and that's where it got him or something like that. Or maybe it grew closer. Like he could feel it closer right behind him. He could hear the clothes shuffling. He could hear the footsteps right behind him. And then he turns around and then there's nobody there, perhaps. And then he goes to bed. And then he continues to be haunted, maybe. You're not shivering, Cat? You're not shivering? Hey, Kingster, hope you're doing well, mate. Thank you for your reading experience, big sir. And I am off. Going to play a bit of Siege. No worries at all, Prairies. Thanks for hanging out, mate. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you all very, very much for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate you. There needs to be much more climax for you to enjoy that. We were reading scary short stories, alright? There's only so much climax to be had in here, alright? They're going to keep it short. They're going to keep the climaxes very short. Dargans, thanks for checking in, legend. I appreciate that. Speaking of things behind people, what is that? Oh, it's just my light. Oh, what is that shadow on the fence? Effie would protect me. Effie's in the beanbag. She would protect me. If she hears anything, she would. There is dark romance for a reason. You don't want to read dark romance on stream? Alright. He grabbed her neck and shoved her against the wall, softly caressing behind the ear and moving down the neck, biting intently. She moans and shudders eagerly as their hands grow lower. Is that the kind of book that you want me to read, Dargans? Is it, wait, is it dark? Yeah, it's dark. It's dark down under, mate. Look at the fire pit going. We're nice and warm. TOS would get, you reckon TOS would get me? Great. No, great. Now my sleeping bag is a tent. Is it? Oh, no. Oh, link. Fuck. I only just got picking up what you're putting down, mate. Oh, shit. Oh, they're the kind of books that, yeah, that some like reading, including the old wife. I didn't know you were actually out. Yeah, mate. I'm outside. You want? Nah, it's just a green screen. It's all a green screen, mate. we could roast some. Now that they've done our story, we might do another s'more, and then we'll read one more story. What do you reckon? One more story for the road. We'll see if we can find. Was there another story that you were interested in that one? 'Cause I like this terrifying ghost stories one. So far it's had some good reads in it. I'm gonna stoke this fire a bit, and then we'll make a s'more and read another story. This one's been crackling away nicely though. I think we've done really good with this fire. The last bit of timber we chucked on is going really, really well. I might though put that over the other side if I can, and chuck another bit there. That took off nicely. Hell yeah, that's good. You reckon another chilling story? Oh, yeah, we'll read Monkey Paw. No Midnight Man stories tonight. Midnight Man. We didn't get nothing was requested tonight. I did put the call out. If anybody had some scary stories that they wanted requested, to let me know, but nothing was requested, so we're just reading out of the books tonight. Yeah, we're gonna read Monkey Paw. That's what I reckon. Thanks for absolutely, man. I enjoyed it. That was a good story. I'm gonna put another log on this fire though. That's a bloody good log, that is. That's going to burn nicely. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. What do you reckon, Effie? Good? Good? Toasty? Nice? I can see you like it, eh? Eh? Have a few secondhand alien/ghost stories. Secondhand alien/ghost stories. You miss your fire pit working? Oh, we got the pupper here. The pupper's been snoozing in the beanbag. It rusted up and broke, did it? I was using I'm not sure if you saw my socials pictures for this event. Oh, you guys didn't even know I'm wearing a suit. You can't even tell. I was using my other fire pit, and then we decided to change it up. We got less cozy vibes with the lights on, but we are wearing a really, really dark suit. Not that you can tell, but we got the cozy lights. Gotta be dimmed to the max. Dog's like, oi, you wake me up. Where's the food now? Oh yeah, true, James. True. We better chuck her an old marshmallow then, eh? Effie, psst, psst. Want a marshmallow? Marshmallow? Good girl. And don't go away. You gotta get back in your beanbag, bro. Just noticed you got a suit on? Yeah, absolutely, I got the suit on. Such a nice patio. Well, I built this. I renovated this actually, this section. Down at the fire pit. The bricks were laid out in such a way where it wasn't really good looking. So I redid it all, and I love the way it turned out. Love the way it turned out. Give the dog a treat and a pat. Well, good girl, Iffy. She doesn't want to get too close to the flames. Oh man, that log is taken off. That is going well. Back and you're still going. I'm about to read another story, Rainbows. We're just about to do a s'more, brother. Just about to do a s'more. I'm gonna get my my digestive cookies out, the chocolate coated digestive cookies, and we're gonna Gonna make up another s'more, I reckon. Let's get the pink marshmallows, though. The pink ones. Because the pink ones I like. I like the pink ones. That's white. They're all white. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, my... Oh, wait. Is it pink? You know what? I think that's pink. Let's look at the dog. Not going. Give it a treat. I know. All right. I gave her a marshmallow. So cozy. So cozy and warm over there. Hope you're having a good night, Rainbows. 8 degrees. Fucking my computer's saying it's 4. My computer's saying it's 4 degrees right now, but it could be wrong. Dog was hidden by the flames. Looked like witchcraft. I was just patting the flames. It wasn't hard, James. You're right. You're right, mate. I should make a conceited effort. Yeah, Llama. I'm outside right now. Look, I'm about to roast these marshmallows, mate. I'm about to roast them. We'll get some s'mores going. You know what, Llama? This setup took a while to set up. It took a while to get this right. But I'm glad everything's played out nicely tonight. Everything's gone super heckin' smoothly tonight. No issues whatsoever. Touching wood. I'm not going to touch the wood. It's burning. Devil's pitchfork. What? For the s'mores? Holy moly. It's supposed to be 28 degrees here today. 28. Get on there, marshmallows. That's right. That's the stuff. Get on there. Ooh. Thought the fire wasn't real at first. What, are you getting freeze warnings? I'm getting some freeze warnings coming through. Everything's wet. Is the pergola roof, roll down blinds, and outdoor kitchen next on the reno list, mate? House extension, I reckon. House extension is what the wife wants. If I can tack another bedroom on, then she might want another kid. So, and that's next on the list. You're in a singlet in Brizzy, mate. Well, you could be in a singlet in Brizzy too. In a sleeping bag. T-shirt Northern SA. T-shirt Northern SA. Dang, I'm in a suit. So many tornadoes yesterday. 150 tornado warnings and 300 severe thunderstorm warnings before you finally got up from your computer. Holy shit, that's a lot, isn't it? That's a lot. That's a lot of tornado warnings. And a boat and a jet ski to the list before another kid. Get the toys before you can't afford them. Not bad, my fun. I've got my V8 Ute, mate. That's about all I need. But I'd love another kid. But yeah, gotta extend the house out first. Then I've got my computer games. The only thing we haven't done that I possibly would like to do more of is more travel. I'd like to get out and travel, go to other countries and stuff like that more, but obviously finances, the way the financials go, a little bit out of scope, but I would like to get out there and see more of the world. But we've got ads starting in a minute too, guys, so we're not reading any stories yet, but hopefully we'll get to the next one without any ads interrupting us, which will be good. You couldn't even keep up with the warnings to post them. It was crazy. At one point, we had 21 tornado warnings with like 4 to 6 of them on the ground. Gotta love tornado outbreaks. That's insane, isn't it? That's a lot of freaking warnings. Feel for you, friend. Busy. Damn, those old logs burn really well. Effie's just looking at me, bro. You can't even say her name. She looks up. You want a s'more, Effie? Alright. You can finish this one off if you want. Gotta come around here, though. You go, come on. Come on. Come on. The fire's not gonna kill you, mate. Dog's been so good, deserves more treats. Shut a s'more. There you go. She's scared of the fire. She's like, it's gonna get me. The fire's gonna get me. You love naders? Naders would be so pretty. Fire's scary. Well, I suppose. It's hot. She's like, damn, that's hot, Dad. You like that, Effie? Fuck, I feel like I should make another one. That was good. It was a good s'more. What do you reckon? Make another one? Three half and half? Just wagging a tail. She's like, heck yeah, Dad. I'll go another one. What kind of question is that, you doofus? Alright, Effie, let's get one lined up, mate. Oh, I think these are both. Oh, I think it's 2 white marshmallows. Brother. There's the packet of open digestives. New row. Boom, boom. That's why we train them as guide dogs. They're heaps intelligent and really well behaved. They are gorgeous and well behaved. Effie is very, very well behaved and very smart. Although, I wanted her to golden retrieve my freaking boots the other day and she couldn't do it. But I hadn't trained her enough of that, I guess. Hey, what are you waiting on that side for? They can see your schnonker. Hey, they can see you. Much safer from the flames, though, over this side, isn't it? Maybe Dad should have thought his setup through and maybe put your bed in a better spot. I reckon that's pretty good, Effie. I reckon that's pretty damn good. Sweet baby's so cute. You really need to go camping after this. We're getting real camp vibes, aren't we, right now, tonight? Hey, and you guys are showing up too. You guys are hanging out. Big props to you guys as well for being here tonight and hanging out with me. Absolute superstars. I was so afraid tonight was gonna be a freaking bust, man. I'd be like, oh, something's gonna be wrong tonight. You guys are hanging out with me, man. You guys are real OGs. Oh, Effie, look at that. The marshmallow on the ground there if you dare to get it. Thank you, Cat. Rainbows with the hydrate. That's it, not getting your stinky boots. Yeah, that's right. Just like, I picked those boots up, I die. Instantly. There you go. Having a good night, Effie? Having a good tail, man. Her tail. Having a good night. Boom, 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 boom. You good girl, Effie? On your bed? You get on your bed? I think we're done with the s'mores. We're gonna read another book. Your bed. We're getting all streams outside now because this is a vibe, mate. Dargans, I'm here for this. I love this vibe, actually, legit. I'd be partial to doing this more often. I want to, when I take my gear back inside, because obviously I had to take my stream PC apart, or all my gear apart to get this happening tonight. When I put it back in there, I want to set it up in such a way where, you know, I can bring it all back out here easily enough again next time. So I have it all like on separate power points or something like that, where I can just like unplug it easy. I had to, man, all these cables were just like tangled around each other, and it was such a pain in the ass to get everything out. And I'd love to do this though, just sit down and chill by the fire on a Saturday night, on a weekend or something like that, and just enjoy, you know, just chat. We don't even have to read scary stories. Just chat with each other, you know. Have a vibe by the fireplace, do some s'mores, have some drinks, you know. Play some guitar. I don't know how to play guitar. That would wake the neighbors up, probably. Another dog's expression like, "Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I didn't say those cookies were chocolate." Nah, they're chocolate-coated digestives only, bros. Chocolate-coated digestives. And Effie has disappeared. Which is probably... No, Effie. Just down the back, probably taking a shit. Comes running. Fucking more cookies. More cookies, bro. It's a double block. It's not that bad, actually. It's a big space, big backyard, which is good. Be a good Halloween event, you reckon, Rainbows? It probably could be a good Halloween event, actually. Could be. Smart and stubborn can come inside. Your husky proves that. Wish you could be here, Cat. Beside the fire, mate. It is a vibe. I wish you could be here too. They have chocolate? Nah. Yeah, I'm careful. I'm careful giving the chocolate to the doggos. I know it's toxic. I've learnt from the best. No, it's fine. She's eaten some questionable things, this dog. I'll tell you what. She's eaten some heckin' questionable things. Don't you? She's got a gut made of frickin' iron, apparently, this one. You know, not willingly too. She just grabs shit and eats them, and I don't know why. But yes, I do understand that chocolate is not so good for doggos. It's not a huge amount. Not a huge amount tonight. She's not gorging on blocks of it. So it should be pretty good. Should be fine. So is your dog's, yes. It's a vibe cat. You have a cat that eats mushrooms? Mushroom, pineapple, and olives. What the... Really? Mushrooms and pineapple? I don't know how a pineapple would be for a cat. Because hasn't like a pineapple got like tiny little spikes in it that gives it its like tang or something like that when it hits the tongue? And olives as well is a weird one for a cat. Your husky mix literally became a damn bird. What? A bird murderer? They love the thrill of the chase, don't they? Only bros. They love the thrill of the chase. I'm questioning whether I should chuck another log on this sucker. Get this heat ramped up to the next level. Perfect. Alright, Effie, on your bed. My desk is covered in ash. But it's fine, you know, it's fine. How many stories are you going to tell? I think I'm going to do another one, I reckon. And we'll see how we go after that. His name is Toby, and due to his diet and clumsiness, we call him Retard Bee. It wasn't even a chase, it was a baby bird that fell out of a nest on our patio. Oh no. Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst. Baby bird? Shit. Come on, bro. Monkey paw, 214. Oh, that is going off. Oh, it's just the book. It's not a bit of ash, okay. Oh, that fire's popping. Thanks for the hugs, Kath. Appreciate it, man. You'll be asleep 2 hours. Oh, Linky Link. Mate. I appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, mate. You've been an absolute superstar. An absolute pleasure to have your company here tonight. I'm going to read The Monkey's Paw by W. Jacobs. I'm just wondering whether I need to be afraid of this fire or not. It's okay though. I'm a firefighter, and I have the firefighting equipment set out behind me on the lawn if I need. So we do have safety precautions as well. But we're gonna read The Monkey's Paw. Without, the night was cold. Alright, strap in, legends. Get yourself a drink. Get yourself some snacks. Adjust your headphones. Get up and stretch. Without, the night was cold and wet. But in the small parlour of Laburnam Villa, the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical... Jeez. Thanks for the frickin' sub. Thanks for the resub with the prime, you legend. Appreciate you, Dargans only bros. Thank you, mate. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Scared the heck out of me, by the way. Scared the absolute heckin' bejeebers. Possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into a sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, have seeing a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. Oh, fucking no. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son, That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathways a bog, the roads a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There it is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged so loudly and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste and opened the door. Was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mr. White and Mr. White said, "Tut tut," and coughed gently at her husband as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, bead of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The Sergeant Major shook hands and, taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out the whiskey and tumblers and stood a copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass, his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, a little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts. as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty seeds of war and plagues and strange peoples. This book reads old as well. Dargans is a good girl. You forgot about the Vitus being a sub sound. The Vitus is a sub sound is an absolute freaking legend. I couldn't take it away tonight. 21 years of it, said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. When he went away, he was a slip of youth in a warehouse. Now look at him. He don't look to have taken much harm, said Mrs. White politely. I'd like to go to India myself, said the old man. Just look around a bit, you know. Better where you are, said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down an empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers, said the old man. What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris? Nothing, said the soldier hastily. Leastways, nothing worth hearing. Monkey's paw? Said Mrs. White curiously. Well, it's just a bit of a, what you might call magic, perhaps, said the sergeant major, offhandedly. His three listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his hand to his empty glass to his lips and set it down again. His host filled it for him. To look at it, said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket, it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy. He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. And what is there so special about it? Inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son. Having examined it, placed it upon the table. There's a spell put on it by an old fakir, said the sergeant major. A very holy man, wanted to show that the fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it, so that 3 separate men could have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. Well, why don't you have 3, sir? Said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that the Middle Ages is wont to regard presumptuous youth. I have, he said quietly, his blotchy face whitened. And did you really have 3 wishes granted? Asked Mrs. White. I did, said the sergeant major. His glass tapped against his strong teeth. And has anyone else wished? Persisted the old lady. The first man wished he had 3 wishes. Yes, was the reply. I don't know what the first 2 were. The third was for death. That's how I got the poll. His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Morris, said the old man at last. What do you keep it for? The soldier shook his head. Fancy, I suppose, he said slowly. But I have some idea of selling it. But I don't think I will. There's caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale. Some of those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterwards. If you could have another 3 wishes, said the old man, eyeing him keenly, what would you have them? I don't know, said the other. Then I don't know. He took the paw and dangled it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. Better let it burn, said the soldier solemnly. Hey! How we going, Alaricus? How we going? Welcome on in. I implore thee, read thine ancient text. Yeah, to hear another one use the VB jingle from the ads back in the days of sub sound. Do 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 do. That's fucking what a vibe, actually. Take me back. Victoria Bill. If you don't want it, Morris, said the other, give it to me. I won't, said his friend, doggedly. I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again, like a sensible man. The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. How do you do it? He inquired. Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud, said the sergeant major, but I'll warn you of the consequences. Sounds like Arabian Nights, said Mrs. White. She rose and began to set the supper. Don't you think you might wish for four pairs of hands for me? Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket. Then all three burst into laughter. The sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. If you must wish, he said gruffly, wish for something sensible. Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterwards the three sat listening to an enthralled fashion of a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. If the tale about the monkey paw is no more truthful than those he'd been telling us, said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train, we shan't make much out of it. Did you give him anything for it, father? Inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. A trifle, he said, colouring slightly. He didn't want that, but I did make him take it. But I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away. Likely, said Herbert, with pretended horror. Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor father to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked. He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with anti-massacre. And macassar? I don't know what that word is. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact, he said slowly. It seems to me I've got all I want. If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. Well, wish for £200, then. That'll just do it. His father smiled shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. It moved, he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object that lay on the floor. As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake. Well, I don't see the money, said his son, as he picked it up and placed it on the table, and I bet I never shall. It must have been your fancy, father, said the wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. Never mind, though. There's no harm done, but he gave me a shock all the same. They sat down by the fire again, while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of the door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed, said Herbert, as he bade them a good night, and something horrible squatting up on top of the wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten goods. He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with an uneasy laugh he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. Cozy times though, mate. Cozy times. In the brightness of the wintry sun. Next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room which seemed lacked on the previous night. The dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard, with a carelessness which betokened no great belief of its virtues. "I suppose all the soldiers are the same?" asked Mrs. White. "The idea of listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute to a coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man." I don't know what that is. Lots of big words in here, isn't there? "And we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant majors of bibulous habits, when she found that the post had brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert, we'll have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said, as they sat at dinner. "I dare say, Mr. White," said Mr. White, pouring himself some beer. "But for all that, the thing that moved in my hand, that I swear to." "You thought I did," the old lady said soothingly. "I did say," replied the other. "But there was no doubt about it, that I had just... What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in on an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with a sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White, at the same moment, placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings on her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of a chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened to in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. Thank you, mate. Thank you. There's a lot of freaking big words in here. 200 gold? What could possibly go wrong? 200 gold? It's nothing, isn't it? Nothing in this day and age. In that day and age, 200 gold? Pfft. Sell a cow for that. I was asked to call, he said at last, and stooped and picked up a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Moore and Megan's." The old lady started. Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. "There is." "Oh, there, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down. Don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir." And he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly. "But he's not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that. Thank..." She saw an awful confirmation of her fears in the other averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor, at length, in a slow voice. "Caught in the machinery?" replied Mr. White, in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly out the window, taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as and pressed it as he had been wont to do their old courting near 40 years before. He was... What? He was the only one left to us, he said, turning gently to the visitor. Is it hard? The other coughed and, rising, walked slowly to the window. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss, he said, without looking round. I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes starring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend, the sergeant, might have carried into his first action. I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility, continued to the other, present with you a certain sum as compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words, "How much?" £200 was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. Yeah, there was a catch. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles apart, the old people buried their dead and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it. It remained in a state of expectation, as though of something else was to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation. The hopeless resignation of the old and sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about. Their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You'll be cold." "It's colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully and slept under a sudden wild cry from his woke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour, on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over, kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Is one not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We have one more. Go down and get it quickly. Wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed, flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, are you mad?" he cries aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly and wish. Oh, my boy, my boy." Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you're saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her. His voice shook. "He's been dead for 10 days, and besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down into the darkness, felt his way into the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and the horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape the room and seized upon him. He caught his breath and found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brows cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table, groped along the wall until he found himself in a small passage with an unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid for her. "Wish," she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish," repeated the wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor as he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into the chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burnt below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until... Next page. You off to sleep? Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Have a good snooze, mate. Until... Yeah, wow. With a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back into his bed, and a minute or two afterwards, the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time, screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs, the match went out, and he paused to strike another. And at the same moment, a knock so quiet and stealthy to be scarcely audible sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled into the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," cried the old man, in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot. It was 2 miles away." "What are you holding me for?" "Let go. I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son?" she cried, struggling. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert. I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her, appealing as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt," she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find the thing before... if he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back. And at the same moment, he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chain drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering, opposite shown on a quiet, deserted road. Another hard, difficult read, but that was it. So pretty insane, actually, because I thought the monkey paw failed on that wish attempt, but apparently it didn't, and he was going to be coming inside. That was pretty cool, actually. I didn't mind that. It was a bit more of a difficult read again with the old tales and some big words, but not a bad one. Not a bad one in the slightest. We've got, what else have we got here? We've got like a super short one. Mystery of the Semi-Detached. The Skeleton Crew. I shan't keep you here all night. I must be departing soon. The bolted door. I think the shortest one we've got here potentially is the Skeleton Crew, which is from 333 to 338. If you wanted to hear one more, that is. Otherwise, damn, there's one here called 5 Jars that goes from 257 to 292. Yeah, that's a lot of pages. It's not really too short, is it? It's intense, isn't it? It's not the dark version. It's not too dark. It's intense, though, Alaricus. Also, family or not, if any member comes back from the beyond knocking at my door, they stand outside. It's pretty, I thought the wish failed, though, but then, yeah, she was just in the... That was, I knew where it was going as soon as she gasped and she's like, oh my god. I didn't even realize, that she would have, I mean, obviously drawn from grief. I suppose I can understand her thinking, but damn. I'm glad that he was able to find that. If you use all the wishes, the monkey paw would kill the wishmaker. So how does that relate in the wishmaker? Who wished for the £200 to begin with in that story? Was it Herbert the son? Did he wish for the £200, or was it the old man that wished for the £200 at the expense of his son? The wishmaker would die though. The monkey paw apparently in this story just becomes out of wishes for that person and moves on to the next person. I can't remember either. I thought it might have been Herbert, the son, that wished for the £200. But then at his expense, he died or something. Oh shit! What? I was gonna go and read the Skeleton Crew, as one final hurrah for the road, for the night. 333 to 338, closer to the end of the book, and then we shall pack it up because this streamer needs to go to sleep at some point. Ah, cool. It's not big at all. Herbert did ask for it, but the old man did it. Hey, at least you were listening, hey? Thank you. Yeah, okay. Yep, Herbert wanted it, but the old man had to do it ultimately. So maybe the monkey paw was given to Herbert, and the other guys, what was wrong with the other guys? They couldn't do wishes, or maybe once the old man started the wishes, maybe it was his and couldn't be anybody else's. Each finger would break, but at the end of the last wish, the monkey would grab the person's neck and basically strangle the wishmaker to death. And that didn't happen to the old man, though. Different version. This one's a monkey paw from Temu. Or did it? Maybe. Well, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell. Who knows? Well, maybe. Cold wind rushed up the stairs. But the old man went to the wife out the gate. The street light was flickering. Didn't get to see a death at all at the end there. Fires scaring the heck out of me. Alright, we've got one last final tale for you guys tonight. And that's called The Skeleton Crew. The Skeleton Crew. There comes a point in every woman's life when she just has to accept that the sexy witch costume isn't an option any longer. Georgia Slazniski sighed as she considered herself in the full-length mirror, worn with the nylons and low-cut blouses. Now, her sagging breasts were concealed in a high-cut blouse, her wrinkled legs obscured by ankle-length broomstick dress. The low heels were replaced with black sneakers. Pretty much. The hat was all she had kept from her glory days. Staring at her reflection, she asked, "Are you ready?" A stilted chorus of children answered, "Yes, Miss Slazniski." Turning, she saw 10 children lined up like soldiers, each dressed in black and white skeleton costume. The skull masked... This one has kids in it. Should we do this one? Ghost joining stream, thanks for the clip. Someone was happy with how they were, and Herbert joked about 200 pounds. And the old man wished it. I think you're right, mate. I think that makes sense. That rings a bell. I think you are right there. This one has kids in it. I'm not sure if we should continue or not with this one. I don't like the stories with the kids in them. Alright. Turning, she saw 10 children lined up like soldiers, each dressed in a black and white skeleton costume, skull masks pulled on, and pumpkin-shaped treat baskets held in their left hands. Several of them shifted nervously from one foot to the other. The costumes included black gloves with little bones etched across the fingers. The masks had black fabric flaps that fell back to conceal their hair. Aside from height, there was no way to tell one child from another, not even boys from girls. Now remember, we all stayed together. No running ahead or lagging behind. Absolutely no one walking in the streets. If any of you do, then I'll make you all hold hands. Is that understood? The children nodded. They heard the same thing from her every year. No one takes off their masks or gloves. No one takes off anyone else's masks or gloves. None of you will talk to any of the other trick-or-treaters, even if you recognize them. And if a stranger says something to you, what do you say? Again, the stilted chorus responded, "Happy Halloween." And what else? 10 hands run across 10 mouths in zipper pantomime. That's right. So let's go. She picked up her own pumpkin basket, sifting through the contents, and she made sure everything was there. An 11th costume, complete with gloves, mask, and even black slippers with bony toes sewn on. And had taken her a month of spare hours to put the costume together, but she hadn't minded. She'd sewn all the other costumes with as much care, even moulding the skull masks out of paper mache. She heard several gasps from the children and knew it was because of the basket that she held. That's right. We're picking up another trick-or-treater this year. I want you all to be polite to him. She smiled as they nodded. They were good children, every last one. And she was always glad to give them this night's adventure. Looking outside, she could see the sun had just set, leaving only of seated skeletons you're out. I don't know, actually. It's not looking that way. The hazy red horizon behind. Opening the door, she let the 10 children march out, single file, and followed the last one out. Her house was on Leyland Street, near Dammon, and their route would take them through the most of Ravenswood's neighborhoods, as well as east into the edge of Uptown. In all, they would probably walk a total of 20 blocks before the night was finished. The children never complained, and Georgia kept herself in shape. The first house was only 2 blocks away, near Montrose and Dammon. The Fosters, as usual, kept their lights off. As usual, Georgia and the children went up to the door anyway. One of the skeletons pressed the door buzzer. There was a shuffling from within the house, and then slow footsteps. 2 set of footsteps, a quick curtain peek from a window behind the door, and the porch light came on. Mr. and Mrs. Foster were dressed in jeans and sweatshirts. They looked more or less like the same they dressed last year. Mr. Foster might have been a little pudgier, and Mrs. Foster's hair might have been a little thinner, but they were more than less the same. It was Mrs. Foster who spoke. "Well, happy Halloween." The children replied, "Happy Halloween, Mrs. Foster," which made her tremble just a little. She pulled a candy dish off the side table and held it out to the children. There were 2 dozen candy bars piled on it. Snickers, Milky Way, Mars, 3 Musketeers, full-size bars, none of those tiny fun-size ones who brought 20 in a bag. Each of the children picked 1 bar. Mrs. Foster's hands were trembling as she held the tray, flinching whenever an eager child brushed against them. as each child took a bar, or she would mutter a thank you. The final child to take a bar paused before thanking her. He looked up at Mrs. Foster, who quickly put the tray back on the counter, as if afraid she would drop it. Mr. Foster said nothing as he took a hold of his wife's shoulders. He looked down at the last child as well, while Mrs. Foster trembled. Georgia could actually see tears forming in Mr. Foster's eyes. Georgia was about to guide the children away when Mr. Foster looked behind him and yelled, "Go back to your room!" Tilting her head, Georgia saw a girl standing at the top of the stairway looking down on them. She couldn't have been older than 12. She was dressed in blue jeans and a t-shirt, the name of a band Georgia had never heard of. "Is that them?" she asked, setting foot on the top stair. Mrs. Foster also turned and screamed, "Get back to your room! Don't even look at them!" Mr. Foster had let go of his wife, who was heading for the stairs. "So help me God, Stacy, if you don't go back to your room right now." One of the skeleton children asked, "Stacy?" Mr. and Mrs. Foster both turned back to look at the boy they had been staring at before. It was Stacy who asked, "Joey?" She was running down the stairs as her father ran up. When they met in the middle, he scooped the girl up and carried her back to her room. She was screaming at the boy, "Joey, why did you leave? They're even worse now." Before Joey could offer any answer, Mrs. Foster closed the door. Without another word, the porch light went out. Joey turned to look at Georgia, as if she could offer some answer or word of comfort, but there was nothing to say. Eventually, they left the Foster's porch and made their way to the next house on their route. No one paused as the screams from inside the house began to be punctuated with slaps. How fucking Aussie Mr. and Mrs. Foster. This is very Australian. The next house, the Riviers, had its porch light on and a bucket on the top step, overflowing with M&M bags and a note reading, "Take one," taped to it. But one of the children rang the doorbell anyway, and when no one answered, she rang it again and again and again, until finally Mr. and Mrs. Rivier came to the door to hear the children greeting and accept their thanks for the candy. Georgia reminded them of the rules. Parents couldn't just leave candy out. They had to come to the door. They had to see the children every year. They had to see the children. Bad things happened to the parents who decided to go out for Halloween. Worse things happened to parents who tried to move out of the neighborhood. Those were the rules. The Keys and the Morrises didn't offer any trouble, leaving their lights on and coming to the door on the first ring, Snickers and Butterfingers, respectively. They were the two oldest stops on the route, and had long ago resigned themselves to it. The Hendricks, on the other hand, were always a problem. They were the only couple who actually tried to touch the children, reaching for their masks. While not expressly forbidden, Georgia had explained more than once that it would be a bad idea. Better to pretend that this was just an elaborate Halloween prank, rather than see what lay beneath the masks. The skulls were a morbid touch added to a great mercy. This year, only Mrs. Hendrick answered the door. The children offered their usual trick-or-treat, then she reached for a dish of Mounds and Almond Joys. As the children took their pick of the candy, Georgia reminded her, "You both have to come to the door. Mrs. Hendrick, it's not fair to make just one of you do it." She began to cry as the children finished taking their candy. He can't come to the door. Mr. Ernie died in August." Georgia closed her eyes. "I'm sorry to hear that." "No, you're not," Mrs. Hendrick snapped back. When Georgia opened her eyes, she saw the woman's face tightened with hate. "You come here every year, and you know it kills us a little more, but you don't care, you fucking bitch." "Don't," Georgia whispered, nodding to the children. Mrs. Hendrick laughed at her concern. "You give a damn about these kids, you'd leave them where they belong." One of the children offered a hushed, Mrs. Hendrick dropped the dish, which shattered when it hit the floor. "Damn it, damn it, damn it," was all she had to say as she shut the door and turned off the porch light. Georgia heard her running up a flight of stairs as she guided the children away from the house. The Taylors had only been on the route for 3 years, but had already adjusted so well to it. The porch light there after one ring and even smiles. None of that was absolutely required, just as it wasn't required that they give good candy. It would have been enough just to offer apples or carrots or sticks of gum, but every one of the houses always gave out good trick-or-treats. The Taylors had Skittles. And there it was, the next house, the Bakers. It was a new house on the route where they were scheduled to pick up the new child. This was always the hardest part of the routine for her. There was no point calling ahead. The situation would have to be explained to the Bakers the same way it had been explained to Georgia, and if they didn't believe before her arrival, well, they would have to accept proof of what they saw. It was Georgia who rang the bell this time. The porch light was on, which was unusual for a first-time house, so maybe they hadn't believed. It was Mrs. Baker who answered the door, dressed in yellow pajamas with a pair of yellow cat ears perched on her head and some painted whiskers. "Happy Halloween," she said with a wide smile that died as she looked down at the 10 skulls looking back at her. The children replied, "Trick or treat." Mrs. Baker just stared at the children silently, mouth open. The children waited patiently for their candy. Finally, Georgia asked, "Mrs. Baker, did someone explain to you?" "No," she whispered, then began to cry. She sank to her knees in front of the children and leaned against the open door. She just whispered over and over, "No." When Mr. Baker came to the door, he knelt beside his wife and wrapped his arms around her, before even looking at the children. When he did look at them, he shouted, "Get out of here! We don't deserve this!" Georgia said nothing. They were actually handling it better than some had done. 8 years ago, Mrs. Riviere had actually pointed a gun at her when she'd first appeared at his door. She wondered briefly how Mr. Riviere had died. She couldn't speak to what was deserved and what wasn't. It wasn't her decision what children came on the route, after all. The 13 of them, Georgia, the 10 children and the Bakers all waited patiently for some answer. It finally came as a thumping sound from inside the house. Both Mr. and Mrs. Baker turned to look at their stairway. A wall obscured everything but the base of the stairs. From George's view on the porch, but the thumping sound was unmistakable. Someone was falling down the stairs. The sound ended as a boy came into view, toppling down the last step and coming to a rest on the floor. His neck was bent on a sharp right angle, so that his ear was flattened against his shoulder. One arm was twisted back behind him while the other was obscured by his face. His legs were folded at uncomfortable angles. Mrs. Baker screamed as the jumble of limbs straightened themselves, slowly cracking and popping as the boy stood up. His neck was the last thing to snap back into an appropriate position. He was maybe 10, 11 at most. His hair was an unruly blonde mop flattened on one side. He was dressed in blue pajamas that were a shade lighter than the bruises that covered his face and hands. As the boy stumbled toward the door, Mrs. Baker whispered, "Please God." Neither parent made a move to stop the boy as he walked past them and stood before Georgia. He offered a timid, expectant smile. She offered a smile that was far more confident as she handed him a basket. "Danny," he nodded. "That's your costume, Danny? Do you want to put it on now?" Again, he nodded as she looked away from him as he slid off his pajamas. Facing the Bakers, she said, "We'll be back next Halloween. It'll be the same time after sunset. You'll have to be here when we come. Don't try to run. It's better if you just open the door when we come." Mr. Baker was nodding, but something seemed to awaken Mrs. Baker as she pleaded. "It wasn't me. Reed pushed him. Not me. I never did anything." Georgia nodded. "I'm sure you didn't, Mrs. Baker." But that's why you both have to answer the door next Halloween. Because of everything your husband did, and everything you didn't do. When she turned away from them, she saw Danny was already suited up, pulling his skull mask over his face. Ready to go? The boy nodded, turning back to the rest of the children. She asked, "What do we say?" "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Baker." The children hadn't taken any candy from the house. I can't snooze those ads. Apparently I've got no snoozers. I can't snooze the ads. I apologize. I'll stop reading though temporarily, and then we can all finish it together. Because I don't want to read through the ads for you guys. So I'll wait till you guys are back. I'll stoke the fire a little bit, and we'll have a bit of a rest and a bit of a hydration. No worries at all, my friend. It's been my pleasure. I'm having a nice cozy time, and I could do this all night. I could, but alas, we do have to go to bed at some point this evening. But no, I appreciate all you guys for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you so much for being here and enjoying the story time with me. This is so exciting. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Put this cloth in between the pages here, so I don't lose that while I stoke the fire. The last thing I want to do. Although it wouldn't be hard to find the page. This fire though is very intense now. It is a blazing pit of coals now, which is good. I wonder what it's going to reduce to overnight though. Obviously, it'll be minded. We're not going to put any more wood on this now. There's no point putting any more wood on this now. But it is burning nicely, and it has been a fantastic night. 6 p.m. here? Oh, you're free from the ads already? Damn, that was quick. 6 p.m. for you though? Damn. The night is young for you. The night is young. But I hope you're strapped in for a bloody good night though, mate. That is a good blaze. Oh man, I'd love to do something like this. I'd love to do something like this again. Even if it's just chilling out by the fire, having a chat with you guys. Don't even have to dress up fancy, just a nice cozy yap beside the fire. Because this worked as well. This worked well tonight. This was a good night. And I'm stoked with the way it all unfolded tonight. Very, very chill indeed. We've gotten through a bit of our whiskey too, which is that's pretty crazy. We've actually drunk quite a bit of that. Didn't even know. I brought a can out tonight of CC and dry, and we haven't even touched it. It's still cold. It's still cold. We haven't even touched it. Pretty insane. They still got lots of bickies to eat. Thought I was going to go through more of that, but that's pretty good. And we've got some wood left over as well for our next fire, which I pretty much overcompensated tonight with the timber, but we wanted to make sure we had enough good stuff to burn, and I'm glad we went out and got a little bit more. Just bloody beautiful. All comfy, and yeah, you ready to hear more? Epic. We got 10 seconds left of the ad breaks. Just want to make sure everybody's here, ready to rock and roll again. Even though Linky Link's got turbo as well, so I don't think there's any issues over there. 2 a.m. here, eyes are red, but must hear the end. Linky, oh mate, thank you for pushing through, mate. Thank you very much for pushing through. I appreciate you. Mate, turbo is an absolute win, bro, by the way. I've got turbo, and I can't believe to even freaking explain just how bloody good it is not having ads anywhere. You know, you still want to like support your friends, and you do a sneaky little sub here and there. But like having no ads anywhere you go, mate, it's just, it's unreal. And it's, you know, pretty cheap for that as well. It's not bad. It's like $15 a month or something like that. And no ads is pretty damn good. All right, here we go for the end. Okay, the boy nodded, turning back to the rest of the children. She asked, "What do we say?" "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Baker." The children hadn't taken any candy from the house. But parents didn't have to give out candy their first year on the route. The first year, they always gave something much more precious. Like the others, Danny was a good child, staying with the group, not talking to strangers, and saying thank you at each house without any problem. The others accepted him immediately. When they'd finished their route, Georgia took them back to their home. The gates to St. Boniface Cemetery were always locked after sunset, but she'd been given a key decades ago. Opening the gate, she walked each child to a grave. Once the candy had been emptied onto the earth, each costume was taken off and folded into a pumpkin basket, skull mask on top. Each child offered a sincere thank you, Mr. Slazniski, before going back to sleep. The last grave she found was Daniel Baker's. As the boy took off his costume, she asked him, "Are you going to be alright here?" Putting everything into the basket, same as he'd seen the other children do, he nodded. "Yes, ma'am. I'm glad I don't have to stay there anymore." "Thank you." "It's alright. I'm glad to do it." Looking around the cemetery, he asked, Where are you buried?" And she laughed just for a little. "I'm not buried anywhere, dear. I live in a house a few blocks from here. Next Halloween, I'll come over and bring you all there to change." Danny shook his head. "You're not. Then why do you do it? I mean, is one of them your..." "No, I never had children. But I had a sister. Her name was Audrey. We were twins. And when we were 8 years old, Audrey, well, had an accident, like yours. And then she started visiting our house every year with the other children, like her, like you. So one of the other kids is... No. When my parents died, she went away. That's how it works. When your parents die, you'll move on, whatever comes first. Until then, you can visit them once a year on the night when the doors are left open to the children." That seemed to satisfy Danny because he said, "Okay then, good night, Miss Slazniski." She smiled as he finally went to sleep. Then she took all 11 of the pumpkin baskets in her arms, 5 handles looped on one arm, 6 on the other. If she took any more children on this route next year, she decided that she'd bring a garbage bag with her to carry all the baskets back to her house. She remembered that the woman who used to bring her sister to the door every year, she seemed so impossibly old to Georgia back then, maybe 50. She remembered peeking at her from behind doorways, not wanting her parents to catch her. The way Stacy Foster had been staring at her this year, as she wondered how many more years she could make the trip through the neighborhood before someone younger had to take over. After all, there was only the dead who weren't getting any older. Bit weird, that one. Yeah, they were undead. They were undead kids, so they would die, and then I guess she would like necromance them back to life or something like that, maybe, and then she would just take them on a route to do trick or treating, and they could see the parents every year. But then if they maybe they were necromanced by the manifesting of the parents in the parents' thoughts or something like that. You could not go back. You couldn't go back even at $16. Oh no, not even. Nah, not at all. Confused noises. Oh yeah, they come back for Halloween. She goes and gets them for Halloween, so she could wake them up at any time she wanted to, I suppose. But she goes back and gets them at Halloween, the undead. So I'm a bit confused on that one. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't do it for me either, Lincoln. They were leaving it on a bit of a. I mean, to leave it at the last one probably might have been alright, but who knows? We'll have more at some point. But they're there already. In the graves are there. The graves are set. So how did it happen? If they found Daniel Baker's grave there on the night of the return, like they just got him and the grave was already there. Good company. Love the mood. Appreciate you being here tonight, you absolute superstar. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate you all so damn much. Thank you for keeping me company tonight as well. Thank you for all the generous donations we've had. Everybody's on the board tonight. Anybody who donated $10 or more got a toast to loved ones lost to cancer or still battling cancer. So I appreciate everybody who shared those moments with us tonight. Really love doing a toast to your loved ones. So thank you for letting me do that. Love everything about this. Death taking them for walkies? I think so. I think that was the vibe. I would absolutely love to do this again, Bush Bro. Absolutely love. I love the vibes beside the fire, getting the heat cranked up. You know, whether we read stories or not, whether we just have a nice simpler setup without the board, and I don't know. I like it. It wasn't overly difficult, but I'm hoping to fix my setup in such a way that that it would be easier to do in the future as well. So thanks for the you got birthday today, Llama? Is it your birthday, mate? Happy birthday. Hey, wait, is it your birthday, Llama? Because I've got a scene, mate. I've got a scene. That's so freaking cool, mate. Happy birthday. Thank you. Oh, look, I've got freaking buttons to press, mate. I've got buttons to press. I wonder if this will work. Oops, shit. No, wait. Oh, god damn. I fat fingered it. There we go. Happy birthday! Oh, my camera's not working because it's on my mixer, but I'm usually there. But happy birthday, Llama! Happy birthday on the big freaking celebration day. Big hugs, mate. Big hugs. Love that I've got my stream deck outside too, by the way. It helps. It helps a hoop. It helps a hoop. Happy freaking birthday, mate! And we're leaving it. Goddamn, we've been going for 5 hours, and I gotta find where we're sending this party next. And I know everybody here's you're probably all gonna go EPs. Probably all gonna go to Betty buys. But let me go and see who we're gonna go and send the love over to tonight. Who's doing what out there in the world right now? Anybody from oh, Jordan McKenzie's streaming. Nah. I know it's not the same vibe. You got to start your day, Bush Bro. No worries, friend. Thanks for hanging out, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. An absolute heckin' pleasure having you here. Now, I know it's not the same vibes as what I was offering tonight. EPs sound good? Absolutely, Red. I'm keen for some EPs. But I've got to send the love over to Jordan McKenzie, who is another streamer on for Team Stark. So we're gonna go and set that up. Must send the love over to them and support Team Stark at the moment in any way, shape, or form that I can. So I'd appreciate if you copy the raid message and post it into his chat, and if you needed to go and do start your day and do whatever you got to do, then I appreciate you all very, very much. And you ready for a gaming evening? What are you going to be playing tonight, legend? I'm keen to lurk with love there too, mate. I appreciate you very, very much, mate. Appreciate you very, very much. What are you going to be playing tonight? Did that work? I don't know if that worked or not. Can you guys confirm whether... Did that work? I don't even know. If it's doing a raid right now or not. Did it work? Can you guys see if we're raiding? Because I can't see Jack. I can't see diddly squat. You don't see it? I don't think it worked. Okay, maybe it didn't. That's alright. Let me just fix it up again. Guess we stay. I guess we're here all night, mate. Guess we're here all night. There's your follower. There's your follower one. There's your sub one if you're subbed. Fate has spoken, mate. I would too. Don't tempt me. Don't freaking tempt me, bro. Don't freaking tempt me. I would. I don't want to leave you guys. I've been having too much freaking fun tonight. I've been having a lot of... Oh, god damn. Wait, I'll almost eat my mic. I've been having too much fun reading spooky stories with you guys and hanging out. And having a good time, having a good drink. Happy birthday, Llama. Hope you have a good day, friend. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for popping in and supporting us tonight. Really appreciate you, friend. Really appreciate you. Thanks for the cozy stream, Dreambo. Have the best. I'm going to go and have cozy EPs now. Gonna have cozy EPs. Linky Link, thanks for hanging out, legend. James, thank you so much for hanging out, mate. Thank you so much for the generous donation too, bro. Really appreciate that. Red as well. Thank you very much for your generous donations to Cancer. I really appreciate you. You know, you've given a heap already, and to donate again tonight, absolutely freaking sensational. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me to toast your loved ones. We're gonna go and send the love over to Jordan, who looks like he's watching videos on soccer right now. If you want to post that message on in the chat, if you need to go ahead and do your own day, do your things or whatever, really appreciate you spreading the love and the joy. Least you could do, mate. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind. You have an amazing day. Celebrate yourself in the way that feels the best to you. My mother would have loved you for your donate. Absolutely. Oh, we love you. Thank you for hanging out, Alaricus. I appreciate you, mate.